I once again welcome all of you to this last day of the 5 days program on effective curriculum implementation. At the very beginning, let me just test whether we are audible and whether you can see us clearly or not. Let me test one or two centers. Maybe we can go to the Integral University Lucknow.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. आपको हमारी आवाज नहीं दे रही है ठीक ठाक?
Yes, I am getting your voice quite clearly.
Okay, and picture also.
Yes, picture also.
Okay, and I must congratulate you for submitting your home assignment. You are the only one who has submitted the home assignment in time and all the documents which I have requested for. Thank you so much, dear.
Sir, home assignment is on your way. Some of
the department have already submitted that. Okay, can we go to Gyan Jyoti Institute? Maybe one more center to test. Dr. Neeraj, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है?
Hello, sir. Are you getting me?
Yes, we are getting you very loud and clear.
Okay. Sir, your home assignment is on your way, and it
Okay.
मैं अभी mail करता हूँ आपको.
Okay. Well, friends, we will begin with the program now. Yesterday we have covered very important topics like project planning, organization, and evaluation. And then we had a topic on resource management, which was covered by Professor V.P. Puri. And then in the afternoon, we touched upon different aspects of curriculum monitoring and evaluation. And today we have very interesting sessions on personality development and networking with the industry for curriculum implementation. There is a slight change in the program. We are shuffling the two topics. We will be having personality development for the students in the first session, and we will be covering networking with the industry for curriculum implementation at 11:30, that is post-tea session. And we already have with us the expert, Mrs. Sudhiti Jindal, who will be taking session on personality development. Let me very briefly introduce the speaker. She is the founding director and partner of the Learning Curve Academy at Nayagaon, which is very close to Chandigarh. The academy is solely dedicated to enhance English language skills in the students and ultimately enabling them to think in English. Besides the communication skills, they are also imparting knowledge and skills to the students and to the corporate world in various areas related to soft skills and personality development. Madam Sudhiti Jindal has coached corporate clients in effective and correct use of English in official communication through the internet. She is a regular faculty, regular visiting faculty to our institute in our various programs on communication skills, and her lectures are highly appreciated by the participants. He has also offered a capsule of grammar and creative writing to the students of Canada over the Skype. He's been also, besides our institute, he's also visiting faculty to NIIFT Mohali, Punjab University, Thapar Engineering College, Thapar University, and many prestigious institutions and universities on the topics like writing skills, personality development, soft skills, etc. About her educational background, she has done her postgraduate diploma in international business operations from IGNOU in 2001, and she did her graduation in economics honors from Punjab University in 1999. She herself is a writer, and her first novel is already in the market. The title of the novel is Grow Up Moon, which was published in 2012 by Snap Publishers in New Delhi. And my dear friends, I have read that novel myself also and found it to be very, very interesting. And I understand from her that her second novel is already written and under publication. Very soon you will be having that novel on the shelves of the leading booksellers in the market. She has been also working as a editor of the Law Teller magazine since 2003, and she was working as a sub-editor earlier, but now she is working as an editor full-time from 2011. Besides her academic excellence, she has so many other achievements to her credits. To her credit, she was also an NCC cadet, holder of ACE level certificates during her education, and she has been also awarded by Hindi Academy, New Delhi, for the same in 1995 because of her writings in the magazines at the school level, at the college level in Hindi and English. Throughout her graduation, she was a scholarship holder, student of the Air Force Benevolent Fund. She is a daughter of a Air Force officer of Indian Air Force, and she is a meritorious student throughout. And all her in all her 3 years of her graduation, she was among top 3 position holders in the in-house college examinations and have been awarded with several books and many awards. During this time, she was also a regular contributor to the college magazine in the English section. And some of her pastime activities is to spend a lot of time in reading, and she likes to visit the bookstores and libraries to keep herself abreast of the latest books and what is happening in the world. And I would say that she has a passion for writing. She's a very creative writer, and today we have requested her to share her experiences with the faculty of the various engineering colleges and polytechnics on the very interesting topic of personality development. Ultimately, when we are talking about curriculum implementation, we are trying to develop a student with a wholesome personality. And what is a wholesome personality and how we can help in developing that personality, Madam Sudhir Jindal will be throwing some light on that. Over to Madam Sudhir Jindal. Madam, we are having 6 centers with us, and out of that, there are 4 engineering colleges and 2 polytechnics.
Good morning, everybody. I hope I'm audible and loud enough. Today's session I'd like to take up by talking about personality development. How personality development comprises of the intrinsic personality, the extrinsic personality, how the educators themselves can develop their own personality because inadvertently they turn out to be role models for their students, and how this role they can efficiently utilize and wield to influence and bring about changes in the personality of their students, and also how to guide them further in developing a personality so that they emerge as achievers in any role that they decide to play. All right, let's begin today's session. And if you will be able to see the slide, I have first endeavored to define for you what is personality. I'd like to read out for you, and this definition is from Oxford Dictionary. It says, the combination of characteristics or qualities that form an individual's distinctive character. So herein I am talking about characteristics which are in a way inherited or are encoded in our genetic code, and qualities which are developed, which are honed, which are molded by the interaction in the environment, which consists of both the human and the non-human elements. And this as a whole develops a package which we call personality, and is very unique to every person. That is why we see that there are such differences, albeit minute, in the personality of twins even, who have almost the similar genetic code, are living in the same conditions in the home, interacting in the same conditions socially outside, yet they have a very unique and distinctive personality. That is how I choose to define personality, that is taken up by Oxford Dictionary. There's another definition that I'd like to stipulate for you, read out for you, and that is, personality is the manifestation of interplay of behavioral characteristics with the environment, be it human or situational, in the given circumstances. So herein I can, from this definition which is given by a psychologist, I'd like to take out 3 or 4 elements or aspects of the definition and delve deeper on them. The first is manifestation. Manifestation, the way that the personality or the characteristics or the qualities are expressed, verbally or non-verbally. The second part of the definition that I'd like to bring out for you is interplay. Interplay is that my personality, my behavior, my nature cannot be isolated on my biological factors alone or on my psychological factors alone. The personality changes, evolves, transforms because of the presence of interaction between the human element and the non-human element in the environment. So the manifestation of the personality is based not only what is there in my genetic code or what I think, but it is also because how I react or respond to a particular situation or people in my environment. So that also defines my personality. Another facet or another term that I'd like to take up from this definition is behavioral characteristics. So that means how I behave. I have seen in most cases that people have at least dual personality. I can recall an instance wherein my father used to be very friendly and forthcoming with his peers and colleagues, but the moment anybody from the family, or especially us, my sister and I, used to come in front of him, he would develop a very strict demeanor. He would be very strict and very reticent with us. हम बहुत कम बातचीत करते थे हमारे साथ और एकदम से सीरियस हो जाते थे, जो कि moments ago अपने friends के साथ, अपने peers या colleagues के साथ बहुत ही forthcoming और warm और friendly होते हैं. So that doesn't mean he's trying to fool us or he's trying to fool somebody else. But that is his behavioral characteristics, how he's going to behave with different people in his life. So we cannot compartmentalize a personality like this, like this, like this. Even if we have different types of personalities which psychologists study, there are 16 different types of personalities, but they are not rigid structures. A person keeps on floating between or flowing between the various types of personalities. And this is because of interplay between the human and the non-human factor, behavioral characteristics which are manifested in a way. And the last term that I like to take up from this is circumstances. So a person is not defined per se by his genetic makeup, the way he or she looks, the way he or she behaves, the way he or she is brought up, the way he or she thinks, but also by the situation in which he or she is put. So a same person can behave in a very sober manner, but when put in a different situation will behave in a very different, entirely different manner. Here I'd like to take up Mr. Saurav Ganguly's example, wherein he, who's otherwise very reticent, very serious and sober person, who does not like to talk much with the media or any other person, and who comes across as a very submissive person. He does not have a lot to talk about. But the moment India scored a defeat against the opposite party in cricket, he was the one who took off his t-shirt and did that dance by swirling his t-shirt in the air and giving out a message that I don't care and see, we have defeated you. That was in return to another player who has done the same, who had done the same thing after defeating India. So you see, the situation had changed. That is why the behavior had changed, and that is why the personality which we saw as an introvert had become an extrovert personality. So whenever we are dealing, why am I trying to develop upon this, elaborate upon this, is whenever we are dealing with a person, please try to understand that we should do away with this mental block कि ये तो ऐसा ही है, या ये तो ऐसे ही है, ये यही कहेगी, या ये तो यही कहेगा. No. We cannot compartmentalize or freeze a person into one type of a category, because we never know at that time what emotions are at play, what perceptions and perspectives are at play, and what is the reaction and response of that individual to that situation. So please do not take any kind of interaction with an individual granted, and already block it up or compartmentalize as this or that. Alright, let's move further. After having defined personality for you, I want to develop on this aspect of personality, that there are two behavior patterns. That every personality is comprised of two types of behavior patterns. and they are overt behavior and covert behavior. Overt behavior is open behavior, which is extrinsic, which is external, which is apparent. And then there is covert behavior, which is covered, which is intrinsic, which is internal. जो हमारा internal behavior है, जो हमारा covert behavior है, वो हम बहुत guard करके रखते हैं. It is kept under a lot of guard and scrutiny at all times by us, so that we are able to behave appropriately and manifest appropriately in our external behavior with others, the kind of signals through verbal language or non-verbal language we want to give out. But there are always situations wherein, although the overt behavior is easy to manage and maybe easy to manifest, but it is always the intrinsic behavior, the internal behavior, the internal dialogue that is happening, which is more dominating. And under crisis situations wherein there is a surge of feelings and emotions, either of too much of happiness or too much of grief and sorrow or excitement, nervousness, anxiety, whatever, that the covert behavior manifests itself, dominates our open behavior, our external behavior. And it is this that we need to work upon. Because whenever my guard is down, especially because of circumstances, situations or feelings that have got better of me, जो मुझ पर हावी हो चुके हैं, मेरे सोचने की क्षमता पर हावी हो चुके हैं, उस वजह से मैं कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रही हूँ इन इमोशंस को, इस थिंकिंग को, और वो मैनिफेस्ट हो रही है, वो प्रोजेक्ट हो रही है मेरे बिहेवियर में. I need to train my internal personality. So that is what brings us to this whole gambit, this whole fad of soft skills versus light skills. In today's day and age, we see that if somebody can walk the talk and talk the walk, it is enough. कि अगर वो एक तरीके से, एक लहजे से बोल बैठ उठ लेते हैं कि उनकी personality developed है. But what will I do with somebody who can speak in a very good language, can interact very well with the others, but all the interaction and all the manifestation of behavior is seeped with fear, seeped with negative feelings of grabbing or hurting the others? That is of no use to me. If I find that person is lacking respect and love towards others, but can speak good English, is impeccable in manners and conduct, it is of no use for me. In fact, it is of no use to that person itself. So that needs to be checked, developed, and enhanced, so that I don't have to manage my personality in a way, because whatever is inside, whatever is there in my seed of good content is of good substance, and it will lead to a healthy plant and a healthy flower and fruit. If we can do that, if we can create that kind of an awareness in our students and get them to work upon their core, upon their seed, then the project of, or the task of, personality development is going to be successfully culminated. All right, let's move further on these two definitions or thoughts about personality development as educators that have thank you, sir, that I've taken up from Mr. Deepak Chopra. Mr. Deepak Chopra, as you all know, is a big spiritual guru, is a well-renowned spiritual guru, and he is self-taught, and he has been a motivational speaker, guide, life coach to many people from different walks of life. This is what he has to say about educators per se, and also about personality development. There will be two quotations from him that I'll be sharing with you. Let me read out the first one that you can see on your screen. I think we need the feminine qualities of leadership, which include attention to aesthetics and the environment, nurturing, affection, intuition, and the qualities that make people feel safe and cared for. So as educators, when we are responsible for our students, even though we think that they've grown up, even though the children think that they are grown up, even though our students think that they're grown up and they're able to make inroads into your mind and your psyche and make you believe that they do not need any help, support, and guidance, and they can survive without any kind of support from their teachers or their parents, or even for that matter their peers or colleagues, Please do not let them cheat you or deceive you. Always know that they need a nurturing environment. They need an environment which which pays attention to aesthetics. Aesthetics in the sense that the infrastructural support, the classroom is clean and neat. It is conducive to learning. It is not the environment, the vibes in the classroom are not heavy and dominant with feelings of animosity or negativity, of barring communication. It should be an open environment which allows exchange, free exchange between the figure of authority, that is the teacher, and the audience, that is the students. And next thing that I like to place here, attention and intuition. The teachers, the educators should develop this capacity to listen to the vibes, to pick out the signals and messages sent out by the body, the behavior, the dress, deportment, and demeanor of their students, so that they develop their intuitive capabilities. So without any word being spoken to them about any issue, the teacher or the educator is able to pick up that there is something amiss with the student, that there is something that needs to be addressed in the student, and it should be done so that the students can progress or move further with the actual task at work, that is learning, gathering education from the institute. And then affection. It is not necessary that the affection should be manifested in the form of physical affection. The affection can be shown through words, through caring, by providing them with good notes, with a conducive environment to learning, conducive environment to communication and exchange of ideas and information and knowledge, and also in a way being available for educational purposes, for the purpose of enhancing learning even after academic hours. But that is a very fine line that we should know how to tread. We should not be crossing over the line to the other side. But if we cannot even decide that, how to transfer our affection beyond the academic hours, we can do it within the academic hours by paying an attentive ear to our students. What is it that they're trying to listen, trying to say to us? Is there a concept that they're not trying to understand? What is the reason for poor performance? Is it lack of interest, lack of understanding, lack of knowledge? That is how teachers can manifest their affection for the students. All right, let's move further to the second definition by Mr. Deepak Chopra, or second quotation by Mr. Deepak Chopra of for personality development here. If you'll be able to see, I have shifted it. The highest levels of performance come to people who are centered, intuitive, creative, and reflective. People who know to see a problem as an opportunity. So this is something, this never say die attitude, this positive attitude is something that as educators we can develop in ourselves, not being run down, not being disheartened or disappointed with the stone walls or with the blockages that we keep on facing in the form of issues related in the administration of our institute, or issues related with our students, understanding, building a bond with the students, and issues related with syllabus, teaching of the syllabus and other things. We should be, if we can keep our tempo high, if we can keep our morale high, and see the positive attitude, see the positive in the situation, see the silver lining in the dark cloud, and manifest that to our students, we are definitely going to be good role models. I'd like to develop here that most of us remember our nursery class teachers. It is because we may believe that their job was easy, but mind you, their job was not easy, never is. Because to handle small children who've just moved out of the care and comfort of their home and family, especially leaving their mothers behind, the constant caregiver from whom they not only derive the physical comfort but also emotional support and comfort, and coming to study in a new environment, a school which is an alien environment, in the constant care and supervision of one or two new faces, one teacher or two teachers in the class, and also seeing so many others, 20 or more children like them, others in the classroom who are again in such a nervous and a jittery state, and then crying at the drop of a hat. So a nursery teacher has to manage everything. She has to develop their motor skills. Learning will happen later on. She has to teach them the etiquette of sitting in a class, eating their own lunch, using the washroom, how to listen to certain directions and orders, execute them without feeling nervous. But despite so much of work being cut out for our nursery teachers, we all still remember our nursery teacher. Why? Because she was able to project that positive attitude. Because she was able to develop that bond with us. She was able to bring about that environment, create that environment in the classroom, which was at times, even for some students, better than the environment at home, which was devoid of any nagging, bickering, or arguing between the parents. So that is what, if we can continue with that, because we have allowed our students to make us believe that they do not need this kind of support and guidance, and we retract it from them. So that is wherein we are lacking in creating a bond with them. Since that bond, that channel of communication is no longer in existence, the learning is also not transferred as we would want it to be. And believe you me, your hard work is not lessened. Your hard work is not less. As of now, you are not working less harder than what you were working earlier. Or if you are to teach good students, because you are making all the efforts, it is just that they are not fructifying so much. So here he said that people who are centered. I'll also, with the word centered, I'd also like to bring up on two terms, the difference between selfish and self-centered. Now, selfish means somebody who's always thinking about himself in isolation. Someone who feels or who has made himself believe that he or she can exist in isolation, does not need any kind of support, guidance, or any kind of interaction with others in his family or in his social group. That person is selfish, and who's using all his faculties, all his resources for fulfilling a very selfish purpose, for fulfilling a purpose that is going to benefit only that individual alone. But this kind of an approach can work only for a small while, for a little while. Once the resources, the faculties at the disposal of that individual are finished, are consumed, what will that individual do? He or she will have to reach out to the others, will have to seek collaboration and support from the others. Yes? As opposed to this, we have the term self-centered. Self-centered is that individual who places himself in the center of the universe, rather than placing a goal, rather than placing a materialistic achievement, or rather than placing a relationship as the center of his or her own life, places his own self. And maybe if that person is spiritually inclined and spiritually developed, places his or her own higher self, which is none other than God. Higher self in the center of life, in the center of universe, and from therein flows all the interactions with the other spheres of life. I'm going to bring that up, the sphere of life here, which has 7 smaller spheres attached to it. And therein I like to develop that we can be at the center. We can be at the center of our own universe and be centered there. And not be isolated, and make our connections, relations in such a way, in personal, professional, social, emotional, and other spheres in such a way which is a healthy interaction, mutual collaboration, mutually beneficial association between all these spheres. Such individuals can grow individually and also make others grow with them, and they see their growth in the growth of those around them, in the growth of the society. And these are the people who are achievers, who are the horses or the runners of the long runs, of the marathons. They are not the ones who are after the battles. They are the ones who are going to be winners in the war. Okay. So let's move further. After having touched upon the spiritual aspect of personality development also, let me move further. For educators, or for even for students, or for anybody playing any role in life, what can be personality development. So personality development, I need to understand that my personality can change. I just do not have to sit upon the fact मैं तो ऐसे ही हूँ, मैं इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कर सकती. I am sorry to say, if you are doing that, if you are resorting to complacency, then that means you are avoiding, you are shirking your responsibility of being a better individual, of utilizing all the potential, all the faculties available to you and doing nothing about it. Everybody is blessed with some kind of talent, skill, something that they can use, develop and hone for not only individual betterment, but also making a contribution, a positive contribution to society, to the lives of people around them. So first I have to realize, I have to be aware that I can change my personality. I do not have to accept it and never ever give excuses कि मैं तो ऐसे ही हूँ. Never ever give excuses for not bringing about change. Change of any kind is good, either for the better or for the worse, but change is the only constant that I can say. And personality can change, but it will not change overnight. It is not a pre-bridal package that you take and within 5 days you are a new you. No. Even pre-bridal packages which are working on our exterior, on our crust, do not give stable results. So through sustained efforts alone, by practicing a skill again and again, I will not get angry. I will become a calm and composed person. So I will, at every opportunity wherein I get to lose my temper, to be angry, I will make the sustained effort to control anger within me, to manage anger within me, to not manifest it otherwise. Anger is not a bad emotion, not at all. Because let me take it like this. Suppose I get a hammer and strike at this table now. This table can do nothing in its defense, cannot revolt, cannot get angry with me because it is inanimate. Whereas if I get a hammer and try to strike any one of you, you will defend yourselves. You will even maybe attack me out of anger. So that protects you. So in a way, anger is good, but only when it is manifested positively. I know that Mahatma Gandhi was the most angry person that I've known in history, but he manifested it gracefully. So much so gracefully that following his example, many other leaders in the world like Mr. Martin Luther King, Mr. Nelson Mandela have achieved miraculous achievements, miraculous accomplishments which seemed otherwise impossible. So any emotion is not bad. Through sustained efforts, I should learn how to manifest it, not let the situation get the better of me, and my personality can change. But this will come only after an awareness within me and a requirement, a need within me, and an aspiration within me to change myself, to develop myself, to make myself a better person. And personality development does not only mean working on my extrinsic personality, the way I look, the way I dress, the way I talk, but it also means working on my intrinsic personality. Rather, I believe that if I set my core in order, if I am able to develop positively my core, my extrinsic personality is automatically going to be corrected. For example, if I develop a passion for my work, if I'm grateful, if I'm full of gratitude, so whatever opportunity I get to exhibit my skill or to work, I will be grateful for that. I will be full of gratitude for that. And when I'm full of gratitude, I will make every effort possible that I make the best use of this opportunity given to me. So I will not only enhance my knowledge, I will not only enhance my communication skills like in conducting this session, but I will also turn up on time. I'll be punctual. I'll turn up well dressed, well groomed, so that audience is not deterred by my appearance. They pay me the adequate attention, and I am able to be comfortable within my clothes so that I can transfer the information that I have so diligently, laboriously gathered because I am grateful for the opportunity given to me. So gratitude is an intrinsic quality which reflects or is manifested in an extrinsic quality of being punctual, good communication skills, good interpersonal skills, good dress, deportment, and grooming. But if otherwise I just worked on my extrinsic core, looking good, talking in good English, but having no knowledge, believe you me, none of you would be interested in listening to me. After 2 or 3 minutes, you would realize that it is a total wastage of time, and we should rather do something else or focus our attention to something else rather than listening to her. But in today's day and age, the opposite is happening. We are just focusing on our exterior, whereas the interior is actually rotting. It is actually rusting. So if we can develop that awareness within ourselves and also transfer it to our students, that they don't only need to have spiked hair to look attractive. Good knowledge gathered and presented articulately is all that they would need to attract attention from their peers, their seniors, or anybody for that matter, and even get that coveted job and build up a very fruitful, successful career. Okay, let's move further. I like to now come to what are life skills and soft skills. Now, these skills essentially flow from intrinsic personality and extrinsic personality, or covert behavior and overt behavior. Let me read out what life skills are. The term life skills refer to the skills usually associated with managing and living a better quality of life. They help us to accomplish our ambitions and live to our full potential. So life skills are those skills that I'm using at all times during my life. I just gave you the example, shared with you the example of gratitude. Let me take another example of being calm and composed. So if I'm calm and composed, herein I like to take the example of babies, infants. They are the most calm and composed human beings I've come across. So much so, their breathing at all times also reflects that calmness and composure. Even when they are doing something, they are trying to crawl, they are eating, they are sleeping, they are interacting with people in their circle like family or anybody, their breathing remains the same because they are so centered. The calmness and the composure is within them. It is in their core. It is a part of their intrinsic personality. So it is a life skill. Okay. But what happens is, over a period of time, we let the corrosion, the pollution from outside seep into our core. And we let the situations get the better of us. So the core is damaged. So under certain situations, I will be calm and composed, but I will project it. Within myself, my breathing will be very erratic. So much so it can lead to lifestyle disorders. So much so I can develop the problem of snoring while sleeping. Even my sleep is disturbed. Even my sleeping pattern is disturbed because my life skill is out of order. So this is how we can make a list of our life skills which we use at all times in every role that I play. So if I say I'm a patient person, I have to be patient when I'm sleeping also, when I'm bathing also. I cannot bathe in a rush. I have to be patient while bathing. I've seen so many people who say they are patient, but they are stuffing their mouths with huge bites and trying to gulp down that morsel of food. That also shows lack of gratitude. If I am grateful for the food that is kept in front of me, I will eat it with all my attention without any kind of multitasking. So that is how life skills can be recognized by us, inculcated by us, and enhanced by us. And let's talk about soft skills now. I'll read out what soft skills I understand to mean. Soft skills are personal attributes that enhance an individual's interactions, job performance, and career prospects. Now, if you'll see, when I talk about soft skills, they are essentially skills which I use when I'm interacting with others. And life skills are those skills which I use when I'm interacting with myself. So big parameter for me to know whether my life skills are well developed or not, how much time am I spending with myself exclusively? Every one of us is spending 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or some of us are even, blessed by God to spend at least 1 hour exclusively on WhatsApp these days. But are we alone? No. How much time are we willing to spend in our own company, investing our time and resources in ourselves in developing our life skills? And soft skills are those skills which I invest in myself, which I develop in myself, so that my interactions with the others are good, they are flowing seamlessly, and my career prospects, my interactions with the others, my job performance, my performance in any role that I undertake, be that of a homemaker, of a mother, of a wife, of a teacher, of a writer, I shine, I perform well. But as an individual, am I comfortable? Can I do that? If my seed is not healthy, I cannot have a healthy plant or a fruit or a flower. All right, let's move further. Now this is that sphere that I wanted to talk to you about. Now this is a test that I do with myself also. इसको litmus paper test कह सकते हैं. In the sense कि अगर मैं बोलती हूँ मैं patient हूँ, अगर मैं बोलती हूँ मैं grateful हूँ, so क्या मैं अपनी personal life के लिए भी grateful हूँ? क्या मैं अपनी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ के लिए ग्रेटफुल हूँ? क्या मैं सोशल लाइफ के लिए ग्रेटफुल हूँ? क्या मैं फिजिकल लाइफ, जो मेरी फिजिकल स्टेट और कंडीशन है, उसके लिए ग्रेटफुल हूँ? क्या मैं इमोशनल स्टेट है जो मेरा, द वे आई फील माई इमोशंस, क्या मैं उनके लिए ग्रेटफुल हूँ? अगर मैं नर्वस हूँ, एंशियस हूँ मोस्ट ऑफ टाइम्स, तो क्या मैं ग्रेटफुल हूँ? क्या मैं किसी नेगेटिव चीज के लिए ग्रेटफुल हो सकती हूँ? डू आई वेलकम पेन एंड सफरिंग इन माई लाइफ? नो. Then I'm not grateful. Then I'm not working on it. Am I grateful for my mental capabilities if I'm forever thinking that do I know enough? Will I be able to handle the class? What happens if they ask me this question? The same thing can be translated to the students. What will happen? How will I interact or answer when this question is put to me in the personal interview? How sure is my resume good enough? Or how am I grateful for my spiritual growth? Am I grateful for my higher self? Do I know my higher self? Am I interacting? So any quality that you want to inculcate or you think you have within you, you are patient, you are grateful, you are positive in your outlook, you are kind, you are generous in spirit, तो आप उसको हर एक स्फेयर में लगा के देखिए. अगर आपको कहीं पे भी आंसर नो आ रहा है, that means it is not a life skill, it needs to be developed. And believe you me, all these life skills can be boiled down to one thing, one emotion, and that's love. If that is sorted within me, and charity begins at home, if I can love myself, then only will I be able to love anybody else. And if I am able to give out love, then only will I get love in return. If I am able to sort that out, if I am able to sort my relation with my higher self or with my core, then everything in my personality will be developed, will fall into place, and I will excel in whatever role I choose to play in life. All right. So this, I think, will be very helpful, because this has been very helpful for me. So if at times I find that I am not feeling good about a situation, I am not in a state of calmness, my breathing is erratic, it is not a straight line, then I know I need to question all these 7 spheres of my life, and one of these spheres, or maybe more, are suffering from any kind of negativity that I've allowed to seep in, any kind of fear that I have allowed to seep in. Let's move further. Herein I have given how to go about personality development on our own. You can start with this kind of introspection, and then manifestation or execution of this introspection or this list, and even help your students to do that. Let this be a constant exercise. If not daily, maybe two times in a week, or maybe weekly also, so that not much damage is done once you introspect or evaluate, self-evaluate, and you are in constant guard over yourself, constantly checking your attitude and behavior. So here the life skills can include your attitude to a situation, how you manage time, what is your emotional quotient. So there are 2 types of life skills that I've tried to life skills or life skills training that I've tried to develop. Is first is the enhancement of life skills. There are certain set of values or qualities that you'd like to see in yourself, which you think should be in yourself, and you can make these list of qualities from somebody who's a role model for you. Like for me, Mr. Ratan Tata is a role model. For me, there are 2-3 people whom I know in my group of acquaintances who are my role models. I would be like them, I would love to be like them. So I make a list of the qualities that they have and would want to nurture them, generate them within me. So I have to inculcate those qualities within me and then enhance them. First, I have to imbibe them, then enhance them. I've just tried to provide you here with a list that it could be an attitude, positive attitude, emotional quotient, wherein my emotional response is very positive to any situation. I do not let any outside element like an individual or a situation get the better of me, and I react rather than responding. I become a person whose remote control is outside. So that is how I can work upon my emotional quotient. And then it can be manifested in the form of time management. If I'm grateful, the same thing. If I'm grateful for the opportunity given to me, I will manage my time that I do everything to make the best use of the opportunity available to me. So I'll be able to manage my time, I'll be punctual, and so on and so forth. All right, let's move further. Significance of personality development for educators. As teachers, why is it important that you should know about personality development, and why you should also inculcate or bring about or undertake a program or a self-motivated exercise of personality development within yourself. First reason is, when we are interacting with students, we usually come across them in their formative years. We consider that formative years are from 4 to, let's say, teenage, maybe 13 or 14 or 15 years of age, wherein the personality or the foundations of personality of an individual are laid. But in some cases, wherein students with whom you are dealing, who have not had so much of exposure, जिनको इतनी awareness नहीं है, जिनकी इतनी exposure नहीं है, जिन्होंने इतने controlled environment में ही जिंदगी बिताई है, और ऐसे students आपके पास ज़्यादा आते हैं, तो उनके formative years extend हो जाते हैं. Rather than just being early years of their teenage, it is sometimes even till early 20s. और ऐसे students की ratio आपके पास जो पढ़ने आते हैं उनमें ज़्यादा होगी. So आप अभी भी उनको influence कर सकते हैं, उनको shape कर सकते हैं, उनको mold कर सकते हैं. And besides, I have told you that if that awareness is generated within me that I need to change my personality, that I need to sort this out, there is nothing that I cannot manage. There is nothing that I cannot change through sustained effort. So immaterial of what my age has been or what my age is presently. So formative years of the students are spent with you. So you need to be aware about personality development, to be able to guide your students about personality development, and also inculcate or execute a personality development within yourself. Then I said initially that चाहते ना चाहते हुए टीचर्स, प्रोफेसर्स, लेक्चरर्स अपने स्टूडेंट्स के लिए रोल मॉडल्स बन जाते हैं. पहले रोल मॉडल्स होते हैं पेरेंट्स, फिर प्यूबर्टी के टाइम में पियर्स होते हैं, एंड फिर फॉर ऑल टाइम्स टू कम टीचर्स हो जाते हैं, प्रोफेसर्स हो जाते हैं कि इनके जैसे बनना है. कुछ ये है जो ये करते हैं, कुछ उसको फॉलो करना. आपके जो क्यूज हैं, आपके द्वारा दिए गए जो सिग्नल्स है, वर्बल नॉन वर्बल मैसेजेस है, वो स्टूडेंट्स पिक करते हैं और उनके ऊपर वो रिएक्ट करते हैं या रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं. सो बिकॉज यू आर अंडर कॉन्स्टेंट स्क्रूटिनी एंड एम्यूलेशन. एम्यूलेशन मीन्स उसको अपनी लाइफ में उतारना बाय स्टूडेंट्स. इट इज ऑल द more important for you to have a very well developed personality and to be aware of personality development and how to bring about personality development in the self and also in your students. Then to bring about learning, to create an aesthetic environment, which I talked about when I dealt with the quote by Mr. Deepak Chopra. I said that an aesthetic environment should be created wherein personality development or learning can take place. So for that you need positive behavior. You need to exhibit it. But tell me, can you exhibit it if it is not sorted within? If within you are not comfortable with your job because of A, B or C reason, can you translate it? Can you project it in a positive behavior? And believe you me, everybody, especially students who don't have anything else to do for that 40-45 minutes, who are constantly scrutinizing you, picking up cues from you, will come to know very quickly whether you are actually positive in your behavior or you're trying to project a positive behavior or positive attitude. And once you do not project that or feel that positivity towards them, जो communication channel है वो बंद हो जाता है. They stop listening to you. So जो आपकी इतनी मेहनत है पूरा लेक्चर प्रिपेयर करने में, उसको ट्रांसफर करने में, it falls flat to ground. Okay, so that is why personality development for educators is important. I also want to take up why personality development for their own selves, for educators on their own, is important. Why? Because it helps them to handle work pressure. आजकल के times में teachers, lecturers, professors कि जो वो गुरु शिष्य परंपरा थी, that has gone. Wherein एकलव्य जैसे स्टूडेंट्स होते थे जो अपना अंगूठा काट के गुरु दक्षिणा में दे देते थे. आजकल तो पेरेंट्स लड़ने के लिए आ जाते हैं. आजकल तो स्टूडेंट्स अपने आप को गूगल बाबा की वजह से इतना अवेयर समझते हैं, they think that they know it all, that the respect they had towards their teachers, towards their guides, professors, lecturers is lost. It has diminished to a great extent. So the work pressures have increased. The teachers or professors are not only involved purely in educating, they are also involved in administrative activities. They are also involved in financial activities, organizational activities. तो उनके रोल एक पोजीशन पे, एक डेजिग्नेशन पे आपके रोल्स कितने ज्यादा बढ़ गए हैं, उस वजह से आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज बढ़ गई, उस वजह से आपकी वर्क प्रेशर्स बढ़ गए. So it is all the more important for you to have a very well developed, strong personality, to maintain your individual identity, to maintain your health, to protect the quality of your seed so that your plant, flower and fruit is well developed. You also need to address the anomalies in the system. Because of so much of overlapping, so many dubious concepts coming up, so many different divergent thinking, rules, regulations and expectations from various quarters, there are certain anomalies that have seeped into the education system. सिंपल नहीं रहा है, कॉम्प्लेक्स हो गया, तो उस वजह से उसके अंदर प्रॉब्लम्स ही, डिफेक्ट्स भी बहुत ज्यादा आ गए हैं. अब ये जो लोग एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं, जो ग्राउंड लेवल पे, ग्रास रूट लेवल पे पॉलिसीज को एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं, सिलेबस को पढ़ाते हैं, उनको पता है, आपको पता है कि क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है. किसी ने ऑफिस में बैठे उस एरिया से, उस रीजन से दूर रह के, far off from that region or area, has made some syllabus, some planning, some curriculum development has taken place on and planning and execution rules and regulations have been made, but they do not know what are the grassroots realities in your area, in your college, in your institution. What are the expectations? What are the facilities available? Which is the minimum level available in the terms of students, infrastructure and other such facilities with you. So ये anomalies जो आती हैं, ये आपको address करनी पड़ती हैं, and this is not possible until unless your personality is very well developed and strong. Your thinking is clear. You are intuitive. You are able to perceive a problem before it can crop up and acquire magnanimous dimensions and create a problem not only for you, your students, but also for the institute on the whole. Okay. The third reason why you have to have a very well developed personality is जो मैंने बात करी थी figure of authority की. Now you have to emerge as leaders in your classroom. You have to emerge as leaders in your personal life, but also emerge as leaders in front of those audience, of those students who think that they know it all. And then you have to prevail upon them. आपको उनको influence करना है, आपको उनको अपने control वश के अंदर रखना है, जिससे कि जो education जो वो सोचते हैं उन्हें आती है, जो उन्हें पता है, उन्हें सब पता है, वो आपको उनको transfer करनी है. Yes, so you have to emerge as leaders. Now when I talked about authoritarian and figure of authority, what differences है? अब authoritarian क्या है? मैं एक example दूंगी सिर्फ. Authoritarian, Hitler. Figure of authority, Mahatma Gandhi. Now you know. So an authoritarian considers himself or herself to be right under all circumstances, is inflexible, is not open to new ideas, suggestions and information, and does not allow any kind of two-way interaction or communication. Whereas figure of authority governs or prevails upon others through love, is respected because he or she loves and respects himself enough to accept that there is something that I need to know more, to add to my knowledge, and then project it in my behavior. The lines of communication are always open. A figure of authority is not scared or afraid of keep putting himself out there. अपने आप को, अपनी personality को risk में डाल के कुछ करना for the betterment of the greater, not self but others. That person is the figure of authority. So if I can keep that comparison in my mind and then try to develop my personality, then as an educator, I'm going to excel and bring about a change, a positive change in my students as well. Let's move further. कि एक पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम जो कि लेट्स से टीचर्स के लिए होना चाहिए या स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी होना चाहिए, उसमें क्या क्या फैक्टर्स हैं? पहला फैक्टर है सॉफ्ट स्किल, बिकॉज सॉफ्ट स्किल्स पे काम करना बहुत आसान है, वो बहुत जल्दी इंप्रूव हो जाते हैं और वो शॉर्ट टर्म है, वो गोल्स भी शॉर्ट टर्म रहते हैं, उनके लिए एफर्ट्स भी शॉर्ट टर्म रहते हैं और रिजल्ट्स इंस्टेंटेनियस है. I need to get a new look, get a haircut, looking new. Okay, I need to look healthy, lose weight. 3-4 महीने में lose weight, I'm looking healthy. Yes, but am I feeling healthy? Is it, is my body feeling healthy? So first I'm going to address soft skills, because we need something in the form of positive reinforcement or positive results जो मेरे को encourage करे, जो मेरे को motivate करे कि जहाँ पे जाने में, कोर में जाने में, जहाँ ज्यादा मेहनत है, जहाँ ज्यादा फियर इन्वॉल्व है, ज्यादा रिस्क इन्वॉल्व है, उतनी में हिम्मत जुटा सकूं एंड आई एड्रेस द इश्यूज affecting my core. So let's begin with soft skill enhancement first. It can include wherein I work on my presentation, how I present myself to the others, how I present myself to my students, how I present myself as a candidate for interview, for GD, how I present myself as a student in the classroom, in the institute. क्या basic skills हैं मुझ में जो होने चाहिए? In dress, deportment and grooming. Yes, communication. How do I develop my language? Which is the language that I want to pick up? Which is the language that I want to be a part of my repertoire? जिसको मैं यूज कर सकती हूँ, उसको मैं कैसे डेवलप करूँ? अब उस लैंग्वेज को यूज करके मैं कैसे एट द राइट टाइम से द राइट वर्ड्स सो एज टू गेट द डिजायर्ड रिजल्ट. कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स कैसे होने चाहिए? How am I able to present? How am I able to present the knowledge and information that I have to others, so that they are interested in sharing with me, listening to me? So that is how I can work on my soft skill. The next part of any personality development program can consist of working on the extrinsic individuality or the physical aspects of the personality, that is body language, how to sit, how to conduct myself, how to walk, how to stand, how to converse, what should be my body language, what should be my eye contact, what are the gestures that I should make with my hands, how should I sit with my legs, where should my feet be planted while I'm standing, while I'm sitting. I can work on my body language, because besides the verbal language, the non-verbal language communicates 93% of, comprises of 93% of any communication. So more than the words, it is the non-verbal language that is communicating on my behalf. So I need to work on that. But I cannot work on looking confident if within me I am not confident, I am nervous. मेरे को कितना भी मैं 1 या 2 या 3 मिनट के लिए वो सस्टेन कर लूंगी लुक ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस विच इज प्रोजेक्टेड, नॉट फेल्ट एंड देन मैनिफेस्टेड, और फिर वो उसके बाद वो फॉल ऑफ करने वाला है, वो एक मास्क की तरह गिर जाएगा. यस, as part of my extrinsic personality development, I should work upon my dress and deportment. This is very important. Please share with your students that every person, individual, plays different role in their life, and even during the course of the day. During the course of the day भी उनका role of life change होते रहते हैं. Like in the morning when I get up, I am an individual with myself. Then I become a mother. Then I become a spouse. Then I become an educator. Then I become a leader heading my own academy. Then I become a friend. Then I become somebody who is participating or learning in some kind of a class. It could be a physical class. Then I become a person who's social, who's enjoying an outing. So I cannot perform, behave, and dress in the same manner and fashion for all the roles that I'm playing. I cannot turn up for any kind of let's say a physical activity class. Suppose I go to a gymnasium to exercise, I cannot turn up like this, because this clothing, this dress is not conducive to exercising. The same way, the same clothing I cannot wear and come here, because that is not conducive to the role that I'm going to play. You're going to wonder what has happened to her. Is she here to share anything of value and substance with us? Okay, so that is how. Tell your students that if they want to appear for a personal interview, they cannot turn up like rock stars with spiked hair. It is not bad to have spiked hair. What is usually happening is हम लोग condemn कर देते हैं outrightly. Spiked hair तो छिछोरेपंती की निशानी है. No, Let them be the way they want to be in their free time, in their social time. But when they are turning up for a campus placement interview, it is not their free time. It is a professional role that they are playing. They would not want to look like that in a professional role. They are not expected to look like that. So they should, for that time, avoid that kind of display in their dress and deportment. If we do that, अगर मैं इतना ही चेंज कर लेती हूँ अपने वर्ड्स को, मेरे मैसेज का इम्पैक्ट ज्यादा होने वाला है, उसका एब्जॉर्प्शन और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन ज्यादा होने वाला है. So I just need to change what I say. Okay, then I talk about intrinsic personality development, wherein I address issues in my core or develop my life skills, wherein I enhance skills. I make a list of qualities that I would like to inculcate within myself, and it is easy to gather such a list from somebody who's my role model, जिनके जैसी मैं बनना चाहती हूँ. तो वो लिस्ट में बना लूंगी और उस लिस्ट को जो जो क्वालिटीज, वर्च्यूज मुझ में नहीं है, वैल्यूज मुझ में नहीं है, उनको मैं अपने अंदर इनकलकेट करूंगी, उनको मैं अपने अंदर एनहांस करूंगी एंड उनको मैनेज करूंगी. Manage in the sense that I will translate it in manifestation with myself and then manifestation with the others. Punctuality cannot be forced upon me. If I can manage my own time well, time that I have singled out for myself for the various roles that I want to play in the life, which is a life skill, it will automatically be manifested into the soft skill of punctuality. So that is how a program of personality development can be broken down. आसान हो जाता है क्योंकि हमें पता नहीं चलता. अवेयरनेस के बाद समझ नहीं आता है इसको एग्जीक्यूट कैसे करना है. अवेयरनेस हो गई, अब मेरे पास एक सेटअप है, प्रोग्राम है, और उसको फिर एग्जीक्यूशन मैंने स्टेप बाय स्टेप छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स में डिवाइड कर ली. और आई गिव यू द रीजन व्हाई इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम सॉफ्ट स्किल्स, बिकॉज दे आर द इजीएस्ट टू वर्क अपॉन with the least effort and instantaneous results. So if I see something positive happening within me, मेरी motivation वैसी ज्यादा हो जाती है, morale high हो जाता है. That allows me, that encourages me, gives me the strength to address core issues which are very difficult to handle. So rather than moving from within, क्योंकि अगर मैं within से move करूंगी, I'll cause a major upheaval in my life and also in the life of those attached to me personally, professionally, socially. So go about it gradually. तभी जो संत महात्मा होते हैं वो अपने आप को सोसाइटी से रिमूव करके अपने कोर को एनहांस करते हैं, because it is not possible without bringing about a disruptive change in the lives of the others to address your core directly. So why not go through this route wherein we don't remove ourselves from the roles that we are playing in the society, work upon our soft skills and not just remain restricted there, address issues in our core, wherein I have told we have extrinsic and extrinsic skills which we can address while working on our core. Let's move further. What are the techniques of personality development? कैसे कर सकते हैं? Reading extensively. Reading से क्या होता है? Reading is a skill that transports me to that situation, to that place, to that country, to that time in the civilization. If I'm reading about Victorian era, I will be transported to that era. I will know what people did or behaved or what was their culture during that time. If it is the Victorian era in England, I will be transported to England as well. So that widens my horizons, that broadens my thinking. कि उस society पे उस time पे ऐसा होता था. So this is possible. This has been done. And I know the reason, because the more I read, I know where it came from. So without knowing the reasons, I'm not blindly following anything. So that leaves a better impression, a stronger impression on me. I have logic for something. And when the logic appeals to me, it is up to me to accept that or reject that. So I should read extensively, not only about in my language, other language that I'm trying to learn. Pleasure time activities में reading बहुत होनी चाहिए. Newspaper reading is not enough. It should be clubbed with pleasure time reading, reading blogs, reading new magazines, journals related to your work, not related to your work, books, novels, anything. It also helps me. The more I read, the better writer I become. In my case, the more I read, for me to become a good writer, I had started reading from the age of 4. And I was finishing at least 2 books in a week at the age of 4, and by the time I was 10 or 11, I was finishing novels, 2 novels in a week. So that was my preparation for being a writer. And I realized this, how important it is for me to read more, to be able to write more, to be able to express myself better. Then participating in activities. Please encourage your students. You cannot encourage your students if you are shirking away from any kind of participation. Like Professor Singla here has always participated extensively in organizing these kind of events, in these kind of courses. So we know his organizational skills, his personality is so immaculately developed. But had he shirked away from this kind of an opportunity, this is not a core opportunity or the core role and responsibility of my designation. So would he have been so well developed, being the master of such a well developed personality? I don't think so. And do you think if he had shirked away from this kind of responsibility and he came here to give this kind of a lecture to you on personality development, would you have taken his words for granted, or would you have taken them with a pinch of salt? Of course, because वो उनके personality में नहीं होता, वो manifest नहीं होता, and आप उसके लिए doubtful होते. So that is how you have to avail of all the opportunities, activities wherein you know you put yourself in risk and your personality is going to develop. You are going to pick up a new skill. So do that. And once you do that, encourage your students to do that and set an example. Lead by example. And believe you me, you're not only going to lead your students by example, you're going to lead your family, your children, everybody in contact with you by example. So do that. Next is improving language skills. Of course, is very good. It's an essential part of improving our soft skills. How do I improve my language? Dictionary लेके बैठ जाऊं अगर मुझे English सीखनी है तो? No. I should read in context. Nobody has picked up new words by learning from a dictionary. I should read in context. I should know that the word station can be used as a noun and a verb. When I read in context, I know that. How did I learn my mother tongue? Because in my leisure time, I was exposed to that language. So if there's some language that I want to learn, I expose myself to it at the maximum level possible in my pleasure time activities. अगर मेरे को इंग्लिश सीखनी है तो मैं एक हिंदी का सीरियल देख रही हूँ तो मैं 2 इंग्लिश के देखूंगी. अगर मैं एक हिंदी की बुक पढ़ रही हूँ तो 2 इंग्लिश की पढ़ूंगी. नॉवेल्स पढ़ूंगी. न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ने से या इंग्लिश मीडियम में स्टडी करने से इंग्लिश मेरी लैंग्वेज ऑफ कंफर्ट नहीं बनी है. My proficiency in English has not improved, although I have spent so much of concentrated efforts in English. Why? Because my pleasure time has not been in that language. So that is how you improve your language skills. Then regular grooming. Like I said, bridal packages, the effect of bridal packages will wane. But if I am consistent, अगर मैं किसी पेड़ को झाड़ी बनने से रोकने के लिए उसकी टाइम पे समय समय पे प्रूनिंग करती रहती हूँ, उसकी जड़ें खोद के उसमें खाद पानी डालती रहती हूँ, वो पेड़ हेल्दी होने वाला है, उसकी शेप भी ठीक होने वाली है. एक दिन मैं आती हूँ और उसको कटिंग करके शेप दे देती हूँ. डू यू थिंक दैट ट्री इज गोइंग टू बी, दैट प्लांट इज गोइंग टू बी हेल्दी, या फिर वो हफ्ते बाद वो फिर आउट ऑफ शेप नहीं हो जाएगा? हो जाएगा. सो रेगुलर ग्रूमिंग, वर्किंग ऑन माई एक्सटीरियर, एंड इट हैज अ डबल, it has another good benefit flowing from it, in the sense that results instantaneous है. मेरा मोरल हाई हो जाता है, motivated to work, encouraged to work on my core. I should always have a very high level of personal hygiene. Because if I maintain a high level of personal hygiene, मेरी health अच्छी होगी. If I am healthy, I will be able to manifest and exhibit a very healthy behavior in all the spheres of life. So personal hygiene is very important. I cannot stop my students from not using excessive deodorant if I myself I'm smelling like a perfume factory. And my reasons could be anything. If I turn up to classroom with a stubble, I cannot expect my students to not to have a stubble. ऐसे नहीं हो सकता. मैं कैसे अपने स्टूडेंट्स से एक्सपेक्ट कर सकती हूँ कि पीआई के दिन उनको याद है कि भैया शेव करनी है, जबकि उनको तो आदत पड़ी हुई है 1 या 2 दिन की दाढ़ी बढ़ाने की. I recently went to a university, and it is a very well established university. All the boys there, barring one, I interviewed 10 yesterday, barring one, all the boys had stubble. And it was such an unsightly sight for me, a big turn off for me, as to why is this like this. He said, they said this is generally the norm here. ऐसे ही होता है. तो हम लोग ऐसे ही आ जाते हैं। तो उसमें क्या हो गया, सभी हीरोइंस सभी हीरोज के तो मॉडल्स के तो स्टबल होती है, तो हल्की सी दाढ़ी होती है, तो क्या, बट दैट इज नॉट द मार्क ऑफ पर्सनल हाइजीन. दैट मीन्स you could not manage your time well, or you did not care enough to manage your time well to groom yourself in a way that you look clean and fresh. It takes away from your look. So that means there's a casual attitude to this opportunity also of getting work, getting placed with an organization. So from small things, so many big derivations can be made, or evaluations can be made about your attitude, your personality. So I have to maintain this. Physical exercise should be done on a regular basis to develop my personality. My body is healthy. I can undertake activities which involve long hours, which are a test of my physical strength and stamina. My mental aptitude also increases if my physical health is good. मैं जाग नहीं पाती, ज्यादा देर काम नहीं कर सकती हूँ, तो मैं कितनी राइटिंग कर लूंगी, कितना पढ़ लूंगी, मेरा दिमाग भी जल्दी थक जाएगा. इसलिए फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज बहुत जरूरी है. एंड इफ डन इन आइसोलेशन विद योरसेल्फ अलोन इन द प्रेजेंस ऑफ नेचर, लाइक अ वॉक और एक्सरसाइज इन एन ओपन एरिया wherein you are spending time only with yourself, then this is that exclusive time where you spend with yourself, and you're also getting good health in return, as a benefit flowing from it. Positive attitude. Now, positive attitude, now Zig Ziglar said that bathing, the effects of bathing do not sustain for a long time. That is why it is recommended every day. The same way positive attitude is also recommended every day. So you don't think that if you have positive attitude for one instant, it will flow on to the other. No, it is a skill that will have to be developed by you through sustained efforts. So make an effort to have the positive attitude in every situation. When you start making those efforts, then automatically it will become your reflexive action. It will become a part of your personality, and you will come across as a positive person who sees always the brighter side of the situation, who is an optimistic. Yes? Creativity. Please include creativity in every sphere of your life. For example, I remember my daughter. My daughter wanted to give me something very unique for Mother's Day, but the time was too less with her. She was so busy with her studies and all, she could not find time to give me something special. So she felt that maybe she would let me down and all. Though I said that these kind of gifts and all don't define her relationship with me or the strength of love that we share. So it's all right. But then she creatively, what she did, she picked up a clip from my papers. I was doing my work. उसने clip उठाया, उसको खोला और उसको S के फॉर्म में शेप कर दिया. She said, "This is my gift for you. My initial. You also share my initial. Her name is Shriya. So it begins with S. Both of us share an initial. Both of us share love, and this is what I give you to mark the occasion today." So through creativity, I can find a way out through very tight situations, very difficult situations. And creativity is something that keeps me on my toes mentally. The more on my toes I am mentally, the more innocent I am, the more open I am to newer possibilities, the more open I am in my avenues, my opportunities, my avenues become limitless. क्योंकि मैं हर एक चीज के लिए सेट पैटर्न या सेट प्रोटोकॉल के अलावा एक नया सोल्यूशन निकाल सकती हूँ. सो मेरी बाउंड्रीज तो है ही नहीं, because it is limitless for me. Through my creativity, I've achieved that. Keeping abreast of what is latest in your field, of course, professionally will help you. We keep abreast of what is the latest design of clothing or jewelry. In case of women, why not professionally also? Do that. Once you do that, and once you try to introduce that to your students, just share with them, they will be also more interested in your lecture, because they know that your next lecture is going to be different from your previous one. There's something new that you're always sharing with them. You will develop a reputation for yourself. You will be the role model, encouraging access to use of new information, keeping abreast of what is happening latest, and also maybe in a way help you to improve your possibilities. For example, मुझे पता है एक प्रोफेसर हैं जिनका मैं थीसिस पढ़ रही हूँ, एडिटिंग कर रही हूँ उसकी थीसिस की. तो वो बोलते हैं कि मेरे को ब्लॉग पढ़ने की आदत है, तो उससे मुझे पता चला कि ऐसे करके किसी ने वहाँ पे किसी ने बाहर कंट्री में कुछ ऐसा बनाया है, कुछ ऐसा एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है जिसके बारे में अभी सोच ही रहा था, और वो उन्होंने एक स्टेज तक कंप्लीट भी कर दिया है, बट और मेरी थिंकिंग में मैं सोच रहा था, मैं अभी अपने assumption लगा के सोच रहा था कि ऐसा हो सकता है, ऐसा इतना तो उन्होंने कर दिया है, नाउ आई कैन डेवलप अपॉन इट। तो उन्होंने जो अपना डिसर्टेशन है, जो अपना पीएचडी है, वो उसके ऊपर डेवलप किया, नेक्स्ट स्टेप के ऊपर। एंड सी ही इज गोइंग, जस्ट बिकॉज ही केप्ट abreast of what is happening, he is going to get an added qualification, he is going to add an enhancement in his personality, in his professional achievement. Then constant vigil, I should keep a constant check. मेरे घर में कौन आ रहा है, I keep a constant check. Who's entering my house? Who's leaving my house? I keep a constant check. So why not a constant check, a constant vigil? What is entering my personality? What is leaving my personality? What is the food that I'm putting within my body, physical body? What is the food that I'm putting within my spiritual body? I should keep a constant check on it, so that now there are two benefits of this. First is I live in the moment, I live in now, and now as I've come to understand is endless. स्पेशली ये तो उन हस्बैंड्स को पता होगा जिनसे जो पूछते हैं कि अपनी वाइफ से कब आ रही हो, अभी आ रही हूँ बस, और वो अभी ना 5 मिनट में खत्म होता है ना 10 मिनट में, कई बार 40-45 मिनट्स बाद भी वो अभी चल ही रहा होता है. So that now is endless. So I learn to live in that now, that timelessness, when I am constantly checking what is coming within me, what is leaving me. And second thing is I focus on myself. What is happening with me right now? I focus on myself. I develop a relationship with myself. When that relationship is strong, nobody from outside, no A, B, C, my spouse, my children, my colleague, my boss, or any situation can get the better of me, because I am in such a strong relation and such a strong communication with my own self. And when you can do that, you will, in the role of a role model, when you are in a way trying to come up as a figure of authority for your students, you will be able to influence them better. You will be able to have you will be able to guide them even without speaking the words, as to how they can also go about developing their personality. And हमारी लाइफ में आधी प्रॉब्लम्स वहीं पे खत्म हो जाएंगी जहां मेरा फोकस दूसरों से हटकर अपने ऊपर हो जाएगा. और अगर हम में से ज्यादातर लोग ये करने लगे, तो हमारे जो आपस में डिसएग्रीमेंट्स है, इश्यूज हैं, वो सब मेल्ट हो जाएंगे, वो सब चले जाएंगे. All right. That is all that I wanted to share with you in today's session of personality development. I hope to have developed certain aspects wherein you can imbibe those in your own personality development, and also bring about or develop and execute a program of personality development for your students, and also influence or persevere upon them what is the importance, need, requirement and significance of personality development, और इसको address कैसे कर सकते हैं. Now I open the session for questions. I will address the institutes connected with me personally one-on-one basis. I'd first like to interact with Om Institute of Technology and Management at Hisar. Is there any query? Is there any doubt for the session? Any questions? Yes, you are barely audible, sir. अगर कुछ पूछना है तो please आगे आके पूछ लीजिए.
Yes, this is Ishan from Integral University. Ma'am, एक क्वेश्चन है हमारा.
जी सर.
हाँ मैम, जैसे कि आपने इंट्रिंसिक क्वालिटीज के बारे में बताया
जी,
इसमें आपने बताया कि स्टूडेंट्स और एनी पर्सन कैन टेक ए रोल मॉडल एंड लिस्ट आउट देयर क्वालिटीज एंड ट्राई टू बिकम लाइक हिम.
यस
मैम, इसमें आजकल स्टूडेंट्स या सभी में इनमें टीचर्स भी ये एक चीज है कि जैसे मूवी स्टार्स या एक्टर्स या कोई ऐसी पर्सनालिटी जिनकी पर्सनालिटी एक्चुअली जो हम तक पहुंचती है वो एक फेक तरह की फैब्रिकेटेड पर्सनालिटी होती है.
जी सर.
तो अब हो ये रहा है कि एक्चुअल पर्सन वैसा बनने की कोशिश कर रहा है जो कि शायद टेक्निकली पॉसिबल ना हो.
जी सर.
तो इज देयर एनी सजेशन जिससे कि हम स्टूडेंट में उन चीजों को आइडेंटिफाई करके उसको गाइड कर सकें?
जी सर, हम ऐसे कर सकते हैं, जैसे केस टू केस बेसिस ले सकते हैं। स्टूडेंट से जैसे पूछ लिया कि कौन रोल मॉडल है, लेट्स से ABC एक्टर है रोल मॉडल, पर वो क्या देख रहे हैं कि इस टाइम पे एट द प्रेजेंट मोमेंट ABC एक्टर ऐसा है तो मुझे वैसा बनना है। बट व्हाट आई कैन डू इज I can bring upon the whole journey of that person, that ABC actor, when that person was zero, when that person was a non-entity, कि वो कहाँ से शुरू हुए थे, उनकी स्ट्रगल क्या थी, उन्होंने कौन से स्किल्स, लाइफ स्किल्स एंड सॉफ्ट स्किल्स डिस्प्ले किए, उन्हें डेवलप किया, और अब वो इस लेवल पे हैं कि वो इन्फ्लुएंस कर सकते हैं. सो व्हाट द स्टूडेंट्स आर गेटिंग इन्फ्लुएंस बाय इज द पिक्चर राइट नाउ. So what if I can translate it from the beginning, from where that person was a non-entity and when that person has become an entity, तो वो struggle पे मैं focus करूँ, उस पर्सन का रोल मॉडल लेते हुए अपन स्ट्रगल पे फोकस करूं rather than what that person is now, then I can inculcate personality development keeping in mind that same role model. And also I can even question as to why that person has been chosen as a role model, कि उसमें ये है, ये है, ये है. And when I deal with that further, या मैं उसके बारे में बहुत brainstorming करती हूँ, डिस्कशन करती हूँ अपने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, I will be able to identify कि जो स्टूडेंट्स ने रोल मॉडल अपने लिए सिलेक्ट किया है, that is only because of the extrinsic personality, सॉफ्ट स्किल्स, जो कि मैं अगर सिचुएशंस उनकी डिस्कस करूं कि जहां रियल लाइफ सिचुएशंस हुई हैं, जहां उनकी इंटरनल पर्सनालिटी मैनिफेस्ट हो गई है चाहते अनचाहते हुए, वो वैसी नहीं है, इट्स नॉट इन कोलैबोरेशन विद व्हाट दे आर ट्राइंग टू प्रोजेक्ट, तो इसका मतलब मैं एक झूठ को फॉलो करने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ. सो इफ आई गिव
Yes, ma'am. Just I like to make an example. One of my student, जिसने की एक घोस्ट राइडर फिल्म आपने शायद देखी होगी, उसकी टी शर्ट पहन रखी थी. तो मैंने उससे पूछा कि आपकी ये क्या, क्यों आपने पहन रखी है?
हाँ जी.
तो ही सेड कि सर ये मेरा फेवरेट एक्टर है,
निकोलस केज.
यस, दैट्स. फिर मैंने उससे पूछा कि अच्छा इस एक्टर का नाम क्या है?
हाँ
तो
जी.
ही डोंट नो.
Yes.
ओके, उन्हें नहीं पता कि इस एक्टर का नाम क्या है. तो वही मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि आजकल जैसे ट्रेंड भी है कि रोल मॉडल ऑप्ट करने का, और बिना उसके बारे में पढ़े या जी, तो उसमें इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम हमारे साथ ज्यादा ये आ रही है कि जैसे आपने तमाम सारी इजी वेज बताए पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट के फॉर स्टूडेंट्स एंड एनी पर्सन, बट एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम इज कि हमने काफी सारा एफर्ट, मनी और टाइम भी इन्वेस्ट किया जस्ट टू इंक्रीज मतलब पर्सनालिटी उनकी बेहतर करने के लिए. लेकिन ये मेरा पर्सनल ऑब्जर्वेशन है कि बहुत ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ा. ऐसे स्टूडेंट जो टॉप 5% स्टूडेंट जो कि जिनकी पहले से परफॉर्मेंस ठीक थी, वो और बेहतर तो हुए, लेकिन बाकी लॉट वैसा का वैसा रह गया.
जी सर.
सो इसमें इसके लिए कुछ अगर आप स्टडी मटेरियल या ऐसा कुछ जो हम स्टूडेंट्स में सर्कुलेट कर सकें, या कुछ ऐसी वेबसाइट जहां से हम रेफरेंस ले सकें, क्या आप ऐसा कुछ सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं?
सर, जो स्टडी मटेरियल या रेफरेंस मटेरियल है, दैट आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट प्रोफेसर सिंगला टू पास ऑन टू यू, एंड आई कैन इवन पास ऑन. बट सर, मैं ये एक्चुअल एग्जीक्यूशन स्टेज में मैं ये चाहूंगी कि इनको आइसोलेशन में मत रखिए, उनको टोटली कंडेम मत कीजिए, जो स्टूडेंट्स जिनको आप चेंज करना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज लव एंड एक्सेप्टेंस इज द ओनली वे थ्रू विच आई कैन चेंज देम. तो पहले जो वो लेकर आ रहे हैं, व्हाट दे आर ब्रिंगिंग टू द टेबल, आई शुड एक्सेप्ट, एंड देन रीजन इट आउट विद देम कि क्यों वो एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है. एक अवेयरनेस मुझे उनमें जनरेट करनी पड़ेगी. देयर इज अ लैकिंग ऑफ अवेयरनेस, and how can I create that? When I strike a common chord with them, मैं एक common ground ले लेती हूँ कि वो एक फैंटेसी को चेस कर रहे हैं, वो वैसी फैंटेसी जीना चाहते हैं, पर क्या वो एक्चुअली पॉसिबल है? मैं उस फैंटेसी को कॉमन ग्राउंड रखते हुए, कॉमन कॉर्ड रखते हुए उसको स्ट्राइक करूँ, देन डेवलप अ रैपो विद देम, देन गो ऑन फर्दर विद दैट. एंड ऑल्सो मैं ये सजेस्ट करूंगी कि जो स्टूडेंट्स आपको लगता है इतने इम्प्रूव नहीं हुए हैं, जो जैसे पहले थे बद से बदतर हो गए हैं, अब जैसे पहले थे वैसे ही हैं, और जो इम्प्रूव्ड लॉट थे दे हैव इम्प्रूव्ड फर्दर, ट्राई टू मिक्स देम अप, एंड ऑल्सो नॉट इनकरेज द इम्प्रूव्ड लॉट सो मच. Yes, do not encourage the improved lot so much that they develop a feeling of superiority and they are not able to interact with their peers. So peer teaching methodology is encouraged, क्योंकि जो अपने peers के मुंह से बात आती हुई सुनाई देती है, वो ज्यादा effective और सही लगती है rather than authoritarian figures से. not figures of authority. एक हमारी तरफ से भी check होना चाहिए that we come across as figures of authority, not authoritarians.
ओके मैम, एक जो पॉइंट मुझे काफी इंटरेस्टिंग लगा है जिसमें कि आपने लिखा हुआ है एक्सरसाइज टू डेवलप पर्सनालिटी.
Yes, sir.
सो इस तरह की मास को अगर हैंडल करने के लिए अगर हम कोई लार्ज स्केल एक्सरसाइज
Yes,
काइंड
sir.
ऑफ, जैसे कि कुछ भी हो सकता है, मे बी योगा.
Yes, sir. And you have the right person here sitting next to you, Pramod sir. Sir, मैं आपको बता रही हूँ सारे लाइफ स्किल्स एक स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी को स्ट्रेनुअसली रिगोरसली फॉलो करने से डेवलप हो सकते हैं. तो आप एकदम सही डायरेक्शन पे जा रहे हैं जब आप योगा बोल रहे हैं.
Okay, okay, thank you. So maybe in someday I will ask help of Professor Singla and you to made a visit to our campus.
Yes,
Definitely,
yes,
sir.
sir. We will definitely like to come to your campus, and I am now sure with the passage of time. I started yoga in '76 when only we used to have Tesla TVs in our drawing rooms, black and white Tesla TVs, and Dhirendra Brahmachari used to be, sometimes coming on the television. Mostly, we used to read and learn about yoga only through Gita, Bhagavad Gita, and our own Vedas, from where I picked up and developed interest in that. But nowadays, I find that there are a number of good teachers available. Maybe in your own city, I would like to just give you one clue here. If you want to start yoga, you must have a good teacher with you. And one of the qualifications which I have found from the good teacher is that if you find somebody who is a student of Bihar School of Yoga in India, you can largely trust that person, and he will be very authenticatedly and very rightly teaching you yoga. And yoga is not the only way. Even a small table tennis or football or whatever, what Madam Sudhi was trying to say, any outdoor or indoor activities, may it be even dance, may it be any activity which is a positive, a sinless activity, I would say, which can divert the energies and develop the energies in the student in a positive direction, can be a very healthy thing. I do not find many students in the playgrounds in the colleges. When I visit, let us say, NITs or IITs or IIMs, I find faculty and the students playing in the midnights there. I can take you, I don't want to give you personal examples here, but then I have seen, a professor and a student playing table tennis together in many institutions like that. And
सर यस, ये बात तो आपकी सही है, बट ये थोड़ा सा इसमें देखना पड़ेगा कि हमारा जैसे ज्यादातर काफी बड़ा हिस्सा जो कि प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, दे हैव अ लॉट ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स एंड वेरी लिमिटेड अमाउंट ऑफ फैकल्टी. सो समटाइम्स हमें रेगुलेट भी करना पड़ता है कि हम अगर एक साथ 10,000 स्टूडेंट को खेलने भेज दें तो फिर पता नहीं क्या होगा.
सभी खेलने नहीं जाएंगे ना, कुछ डांस करने जाएंगे, कुछ को एनवायरनमेंट का शौक है, उनको उस एक्टिविटीज में. Everybody has some interest, yes, some interest other than the academics. Academics may be you can choose certain areas where the person want to develop himself or herself, and you can develop so many clubs in the institute.
Yes.
For example, I know many of the IITs have more than 70 to 80 clubs, and I know Harvard, for example, has more than 150 clubs.
Yes.
They do indirect learning, co-curricular and extracurricular activities also develop those aspects of personality which sometimes you fail to develop in your academic.
Okay.
ऐसे होता है कि स्टूडेंट्स अपने आप इनिशिएटिव लेते हैं इन क्लब्स के लिए, बट इफ दैट इज नॉट कमिंग फ्रॉम द स्टूडेंट्स, व्हाई डोंट यू इंट्रोड्यूस सम न्यू एलिमेंट्स ऑफ क्लब्स, बेसिक एलिमेंट्स, एंड लेट दैट बी टेकन फर्दर बाय द स्टूडेंट्स. सो जो आप बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे लिए जो मैनेजमेंट का इशू है ये सब है, वो आप that will be automatically taken care of, because once the students get addicted to that positivity, those positive benefits, advantages flowing from this kind of an exhilarating activity, they will definitely like to take it further. So बड़े institutions में तो सर students अपने आप initiative लेके अब ड्रामेटिक्स और Rotary क्लब, CSR क्लब ये सब शुरू कर लेते हैं. आप शुरू में इंट्रोड्यूस कर दीजिए 3 या 4, ग्रेजुअली धीरे धीरे उसको डेवलप कीजिए एंड फिर स्टूडेंट्स को बोलिए कि यू टेक इट फर्दर. सर फिर वो एज अ लेगेसी विल बी पास्ड ऑन फ्रॉम द फाइनल ईयर स्टूडेंट्स टू द oncoming batches, and that is how the institution also develops further.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
And just to share the example, when I was in Thapar Institute, my director at that time, Principal Dr. M.L. Jain, he came to me that I do yoga, and he requested me to start a yoga club there. And for good 4 years, and after that also I understood, I understand that that club carried on and on for a very long time. Along with one professor from the Polytechnic wing of that institute, we used to have combined campus of Polytechnic and Engineering College. Mr. Prem Singh, who was a professor in physics in the Department of Physics at the Polytechnic, we started that club. Similarly, another friend of mine, our class fellow, who was very much interested in astronomy. I mean, he was encouraged to start a club in that direction. Somebody is interested in, any area. One of our friends was very much interested in gardening. Yes. And I mean, he was so fascinated by the greenery around and all. So he was allowed to start a club. Yes. This is how we developed that.
Yes.
Anyway, any other question or any comments from any other center? Can we go to one or two more centers? Maybe at
Gyanjoti Group of Institutions.
Gyanjoti Institute of Group of Institutions at Mohali.
Any questions from here?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ma'am, first of all, I would like to thank you for making us aware and to focus on the life skills, which we usually ignore the life skills parameters. So my question is how we can identify the strong and weak life skills in ourselves, and how we can work upon weak life skills.
See, as I told you that like we had a very detailed discussion right now, that we can take up a role model whose personality we would like to emulate, and then make a list of those skills and do a comparison. When I do a comparison within myself, that this is the role model I want to be like, and this is what I am, and इस situation में मैं कैसे react करती. अगर मैं anger के साथ react करती तो definitely anger management या calm composed behavior मेरा life skill नहीं है. If that person has taken a positive action, मैंने वो action नहीं लेना था positivity के साथ, so that definitely positive attitude is lacking in me. So that is how I can do that. Besides, there's also one parameter. Whenever I am in a situation and interacting with somebody, I am uncomfortable. ये मुझे पता चल जाता है. या तो मैं hedging की कोशिश करती हूँ, fight या flight syndrome. या मैं ये दो चीजें करती हूँ. या मैं उसको fight करने की कोशिश करती हूँ. Even passively किसी चीज को fight करना मतलब उस पे कुछ नहीं बोलना. उस जो है उसको वैसे ही रहने देना, but you're not comfortable with it. या फिर मैं वहां से भाग जाती हूँ. मैं उसके लिए कुछ नहीं बोलती, एस्केपिस्ट टेंडेंसी अपना लेती हूँ. और ये दोनों सिंड्रोम्स, जब इन दोनों में से कोई एक सिंड्रोम मेरे अंदर हावी हो जाता है ड्यू टू एन इंटरेक्शन विद अ सिचुएशन और अ पर्सन, मुझे पता है उस टाइम पे मेरे लाइफ स्किल पॉजिटिवली मैनिफेस्टेड या डेवलप्ड नहीं थी. क्या था उस सिचुएशन में या उस पर्सन ने जिसने मुझे अनकंफर्टेबल किया? क्या वो मेरा लैक ऑफ नॉलेज था, जो मुझे लगा कि मेरा लैक ऑफ नॉलेज है जिसको पता चल जाएगा, इसलिए ज्यादा बात मत करो, ज्यादा इंग्लिश में मत बोलो? क्या उसको पता चल जाएगा कि मेरा पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड नहीं है इस चीज के लिए, इसलिए मेरी उसके साथ थोड़ी बहस हो गई या मेरी उसके साथ अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं डेवलप हो पाई? Then this is another parameter that I will be able to recognize when my life skills are weak, and I will make a list of that. But that involves a lot of self introspection, investing your time and resources in yourself, which I said. Now, how to recognize my positive life skills is when I feel that my breathing and my emotions are in a constant state. I am not in a fluctuating graph. कुछ ऐसा हुआ है मेरे साथ सुबह या कभी कि वो जो feeling of bliss है, that joyousness है, वो ट्रांसपोर्ट हो रही है, वो ट्रांसफर हो रही है आगे आने वाले कुछ मोमेंट्स या कुछ टाइम के लिए. और जब मेरे लाइफ स्किल्स अच्छे से डेवलप होंगे, दिस फीलिंग ऑफ ब्लिस, एंजॉयमेंट, जॉयफुलनेस, I will be able to sustain for a longer duration, and maybe for even my entire life. Then I would have attained highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of life skills. I hope I have answered your question, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, if there is any question from any other center, or we can then conclude this session. Uh, Let me, on behalf of the participant and all the nodal centers and my own behalf, express my deepest sense of gratitude to Madam Shruti Jindal for her very time and sharing experience on various aspects of personality development. Let me just summarize what we have covered so that we try to remember these things in our lives. There are two things which she has talked about, which are very very important for as a teacher, or even as a parent. We have to remember always. Number one is that we have to choose for ourselves some role model or role models, I would say. From one role, you may not be able to acquire everything. Maybe you have to have certain characteristics in a person, making those as a roles which you want to emulate in your own life. And second responsibility as a teacher is that you have to play a role model yourself for the students. You have to play a role model, whether you like it or no. The students are going to copy many aspects of what you are today. Are is a reflection of your parents, your teachers. Largely, I would say the way I am teaching in the classroom has been influenced by some good teachers who are taught me in my school and my college days also. Similarly, how I conduct myself in my life, and my teachers have played a very big role in that. So, Madam Smriti has emphasized upon that. So, we have to be role model ourselves, and we have to choose good role models for improving our own personalities also. Number two thing which he has covered very nicely and very aptly is the you can ace your life. ACE, that is attitude, communication, and etiquettes. ACE, we have talked about that when we were talking about curriculum design also. Attitudes, your communication, and your attitudes. This can ace your life to any heights if you are able to develop upon that. And very pertinent point she has covered towards the end of her session was, you be a figure of authority, that people respect you from their heart, but do not be an authoritarian. There is a difference between being an authoritarian, where you want to abuse or use your position to manipulate the things. That is the authoritarian. Where you are, whatever position you are put in, even at the gate, our gatekeeper can be a figure of authority if he imbibes those intrinsic and extrinsic characteristics in his personality or her personality, where I like to stand for a moment when I am entering the gate, or maybe when I am leaving the office sometimes, and like to say hello to him. I mean, that is reflected, that is being reflected. You don't have to do that. That charm which comes from a person who is a figure of authority is not because of the position assigned to him or her. It is because of the good characteristic, good personality which he has built over the years. Madam, thank you very much for sharing such valuable things with us. I think they will go a long way in developing right kind of students passing out from the engineering colleges and from the polytechnics, and our teachers will be largely benefited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
my dear friends, we will now break for a cup of tea, and we will reassemble at 11:30, 15 minutes time. Then we will be having a session from Professor S.K. Gupta on Industry Institute Interaction, on how to network with the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
मुझसे आज नहीं पे परफॉर्म करना है, नहीं पे
मैं इसीलिए नहीं हूँ। चलिए मैं आता हूँ।
I think we are ready for the next session now. Hope all the centers are now ready. Can we go to one of the centers and just check it out? Yes, at Lucknow you are ready, sir?
Yes.
लखनऊ में आपके participants आ गए सारे sir?
आप रेडी हैं सर?
Sir, we are just waiting for participants. There is.
We can wait for 2-3 minutes more then. Kindly tell everybody to come and join.
Hello, sir. Getting my voice?
Yes, we are getting you very loud and clear. What I'm saying is that kindly tell your participant to come. We can wait for 2-3 minutes more.
Okay, sir. Okay. Please.
There already? Gyanjyoti? Ali? Aapke participants? Oh, yes, I can see them also here. And at Hisar, Om Institute?
Yes sir, ready sir.
Okay. Om Institute में भी सब लोग ready हैं?
हाँ जी सर, ready हैं sir.
I think we can wait for maybe 1 or 2 more minutes. थापर में सब लोग ready हैं?
Yes, sir. Coming back after taking the.
Today we are able to hear you also. Yesterday there was some problem with your microphone. We were not able to listen to you.
Sorry, sir, but today everything is fine.
Yes, I think normally हमारे साथ ऐसा ही होता है कि 5 दिन के प्रोग्राम में on 5th day we start getting things in order. And there are some bottlenecks in the beginning, but खत्म होते by 5th day you are seasoned for that. But then that's a good thing that for the next programs now everything is ready for you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I will request all the centers to kindly check your emails. Yesterday in the evening I have emailed you about the things to be done at the closing. I mean not on the closing ceremony, which we will be doing benediction session here. How we close the program, the documents to be submitted to us. I have sent a email to all the centers, all the coordinators. जो भी मेरे पास email थे, kindly go through that email, and I have reattached certain things which are required by us. Kindly go through those things very thoroughly. Follow those instructions. ओके, लखनऊ में हम शुरू करें सर. लखनऊ एट द लखनऊ आप हमारे को ग्रीन सिग्नल दीजिए.
Integral University, Lucknow.
हाँ जी सर, शुरू करें सर.
Sir, start. Sir, you can start. Please start.
Okay, thank you. Well, friends, last technical session, I would say, but the most important, right from day one up to now, we have been talking about networking with the industries, industry institute interaction, and probably this is one of the topics which has been taken up as a main theme on which maximum number of conferences and seminars have been happening in our institute and many other institutions also. Probably, every year we have, or alternate year we have a national seminar or international seminar or conference on industry institute interaction, III, or what we call as networking with the industries for curriculum implementation. All said and done, we find that there are certain gaps between industry and institute, and because of those gaps, there is always a complaint from the industry that our students do not possess right kind of knowledge and skills and attitudes also, I would say, knowledge, skills and attitudes which are required by the industry. But I am also convinced that our students possess, most of them possess the knowledge, skills and attitude which are required by the industry. There is a perceptual gap between the institutions and the industries. And through this session, we will try to cover various aspects related to networking with the industry for the effective curriculum implementation. And we have with us Professor S.K. Gupta, who is working in our department only, the Department of Curriculum Development Center. He has given a number of lectures and he will be sharing with you some case studies also, I understand, during the session on industry institute partnership or networking with the industry, by which we can effectively implement the curriculum. We do not get that kind of complaint from the medical profession, for example, because you cannot have a medical college unless you are practicing at medical faculties there are actually practicing all those things with the patients. But there is many institutions do not have that kind of networking with us. But then many of the good institutions, I would say, are having different kinds of MOUs. Without now delaying the session, let me invite Professor S.K. Gupta ji to share his valuable experiences on networking with the industries for effective curriculum. Over to Professor S.K. Gupta.
Thank you, Professor P.K. Singla ji. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the last session of this 5-day program on effective curriculum implementation. So, I welcome all the participants to this session on networking with industry for effective curriculum implementation. And I start with a proverb. That is, this is a Chinese proverb which says, "Tell me and I forget." Means we are delivering lectures, theory classes to the students. After some time, they forget. Show me and I remember. We also show them some models, some charts, some instruments, and they remember to some extent. Then involve me and I understand. If you involve me in all this process, means if I am given practical problems, live problems from the industry, then probably I will better understand. So friends, with this proverb, now I come to the highlights of this session, what I will be covering. First, I will be discussing with you need for networking. Then, what should be the institute's responsibilities, support for networking with the industry. Then, what should be the support from industry side for networking. Then, what are different models of cooperative education, and I will be also discussing some case studies which has been conducted by some senior professors. Then how to plan and implement this networking, how to plan and implement industry institute interaction. Then what are the responsibilities of institute, industry and students and their advantage for this networking. So friends, first I would like to know from you, what do you understand by networking? What do you understand by networking? Anyone from Integral University? Can you tell me what you understand by networking? Yes? कौन सा है? Integral? Anybody from Thapar Polytechnic Patiala? What do you understand by networking?
So basically networking is the connectivity between the peers so we can share our resources effectively.
Effectively.
Yes.
Means sharing of the resources and information. One is networking in computer, but this is networking with the industry. So friends, networking mainly is a support system, the sharing of, for sharing the information and services among individuals and groups having common interest or having some mutual interest. That is your networking. Now networking with industry is talked often, but this is not implemented properly. So first I will like to discuss with you what is the need for networking with industry. Why we should network with the industry for curriculum implementation. First thing is that industry often complains about quality of our students. They say that our students are not employable. They do not have employable skills. There is one survey, I have also talked about this on first day. There is one survey which tells us that only 20 to 25% students are employable. Rest are not employable. And 20 to 25% students are employable with some training in the industry because they lack the industrial training, and rest are not employable. Then second, students not totally aware of their job functions in industry. इंडस्ट्री में क्या होता है कभी बच्चों ने देखी नहीं होती. That is why they are not aware of their job functions in the industry. उनको पता ही नहीं है हमने कहाँ काम करना है, क्या काम करना है, वहां पे कैसी इंडस्ट्री होगी, देखने में कैसी इंडस्ट्री है. Then soft skills like leadership, handling of workers, communication skills, interpersonal relations, teamwork is missing in the students. They do not have these employable skills. These are missing in our students. They say curriculum does not meet expectations of industry. Because we do not involve the industry during our curriculum design, we do not get feedback from the industry for curriculum design. So that is why we do not have much contents for industry, which is required by the industry. Then majority of technical teachers have little industrial experience. As we all know that in most of the institutions, I will say about 80 to 90% institutions, teachers do not have any or much industrial experience. So because teachers do not have industrial exposure, so they are not able to relate the theoretical concept with the practical concepts. Then latest practices in industry not known to teachers and subsequently to students. Then certain topics can only be taught better in industry or by industry experts, because we do not involve the industry experts in our regular teaching. So some topics which are of practical nature, they are not understood by the students. Then problems and issues of industry not fully appreciated by teachers, because majority of teachers do not have any industrial exposure, industrial experience, so they do not understand the problems, issues, what are the problems in the industry. Then new requirements of industry, like new courses unknown to teachers. If we start a new course in any institution, in diploma or degree program, then our teachers do not have much exposure to that course. Similarly, if there are new developments in the industry and that is not known to the teacher, then how that teacher will be exposing the students for that new requirements of the industry. Then why networking? As today we are talking of our skilled India, then how we can develop our nation? Only with the technical education. There is a lot of emphasis on technical education, skill development. So economic development and technical education are complementary to each other. Here I will say that if we are to progress, if we are to develop the students in technical skills, then technical education and industry work in close collaboration for sharing their physical, human and informal resources for mutual benefit. Here I am emphasizing on we should work in close collaboration for sharing our physical resources. Physical resources means we have equipment, we have labs, we have instruments, then we have very good infrastructure. Human resources, we have very good faculty in our institutions, and we have very good libraries, information resources for mutual benefit. Because जो हमारा अभी तक सिस्टम है, that is one-sided, means we are always asking help from industry, that you give training to our students, you give jobs to our students, but in return to what we can do for them, that we are not coming forward. So we will have to work for mutual benefit. We will have to share our resources with the industry. Whatever we have good infrastructure, good faculty, good library, that should be shared with the industry, so that industry also knows that yes, this engineering college is existing here, this polytechnic locality, so that they can own our institutions. So friends, so networking is mainly sharing of resources for mutual benefit. This should not, till now this is only one-sided affair, means we want everything from industry, but how we can tell them that, how we can help them, that we should also come forward. Mostly जो हमारे लोग मानते हैं कि we should send our students for training to the industry, or some experts to the invite some experts from the for delivering lecture, and that ends the story. But it is more than that. Like that, we should have continuous interaction with the industry. How technical institutions will have to help industry? First, because if we have mutual benefit, we have collaboration for mutual benefit, we have to share the resources, then how technical institutions can help the industry? Offering continuing education programs through formal and non-formal modes for people working in industries at different levels. Friends, there may be many unskilled people in the industry. You offer small programs for them in your institution because they do not know our strength, so they do not come forward. We will have to tell the industry, yes, we can do some program for your unskilled manpower. Then solving industrial problems through action research, consultancy projects and students project work. First, I would like to discuss this offering continuing education program. Friends, at here NITTR, NITR Chandigarh, we are offering a lot of programs for industry, like we have continuous programs for ISHIP Parmanu. Their unskilled, their lower level manpower is coming for training to our institution. Similarly, we are taking a lot of industrial problems which we solve through our action research. Then we can have also some testing of materials and calibration of industrial instruments for the industry, because most of our institutions, engineering colleges and diploma, they have very good testing materials, testing of materials labs, and then they can have also calibrate the industrial instruments. Then training of their managers in different human resource development. So friends, we can offer some programs for the industry people, so that they know, yes, they will be also helping us in some aspects. Then how industry will have to support technical institutions? First, in our curriculum development, they will have to give feedback on our curriculum, whether the pass outs which we are producing, those are employable, where we are lacking in the curriculum implementation, in the curriculum design. So they should come forward to help in our curriculum development, so that it is as per the requirements of the industry to the extent possible. Then training of teachers and students in industrial processes, so that theory is integrated with practice. Friends, we suggest that whenever any new teacher joins any institution, then some exposure of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks should be given to the teachers in the industry, in the relevant industry, so that they are able to integrate the theory with the practice. And similar, they should give training to our students. Then assist technical institutions in implementing industry-based projects. They should give some live projects to our institutions, so that we can work on that in collaboration with the industry. Then professional management of the institutions. Nowadays, most of the institutions have senior people from the industry on their board of governors, so that they can give us a direction that how we should develop our students. Then expert lectures in the emerging and thrust areas. Expert lectures, they should be also invited for giving some lectures on the emerging areas. What are the latest technology in the industry in your relevant branch? This I am showing in figure how there is on one side there is technical institution, and on the other side it is world of work, means industry. So how we can collaborate, how we can share the resources. First is sharing expertise for curriculum development and instructional resources development. Second is sharing physical and human resources, technical manpower development through formal and non-formal programs. Then organizing seminars and conferences on emerging areas of technology, sharing expertise for solving technical and management problems. Friends, we have very good infrastructure. Do we allow the industry to use them? No. Like, if we have very good library, then we should tell the industry, yes, you can refer our libraries for your reference purpose. You can come and use our library. You can come and use our laboratories, our infrastructure, so that there is mutual benefit, mutual collaboration, mutual understanding, I will say. Then I will be giving one here cooperative education, cooperative technical education model, which is the requirement of this century. The academic term, it is interactive networking between technical institutions and industry for mutual growth and development. It is interactive networking, means एक दूसरे के साथ collaboration है, एक दूसरे के साथ आदान प्रदान है चीजों का, between technical institutions and industry for mutual growth and development, so that दोनों की development हो, industry की भी development हो और हमारी institution की भी development हो. In that we have one academic term which aims at developing knowledge and skills and attitude in the students, and then we will have one work term will provide opportunities to students to transfer the knowledge and skills gained in the solution of practical problems in industry. Means जो हमने इंडस्ट्री उनको अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में सिखाते हैं, उनको हम इंस्टीट्यूशन में उनको जो हम लेक्चर डिलीवर करते हैं, उनको प्रैक्टिकल करवाते हैं, तो उसकी कंसेप्ट ऑफ यूज उनको वो इंडस्ट्री में उस नॉलेज एंड स्किल से इंडस्ट्री की जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, जो इंडस्ट्रियल का प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, दे शुड बी एबल टू डू. हियर वी हैव identification of new educational needs. If we want, technical institutions have to identify discipline specific potential industry field organizations for mutual collaboration. The curriculum planning for such a program will depend upon identification of new educational needs. Industry की requirement क्या है, वो क्या चाहते हैं. Then identification of technological developments in the world of work. Technological developments, जो वर्ड ऑफ वर्क में इंडस्ट्री में क्या क्या उस फील्ड में क्या क्या नई चीजें हो रही हैं, क्या टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट है, और क्या जो जॉब प्रोफाइल है, जो कॉम्पिटेंसी प्रोफाइल है, वो हमारी टेक्निकल मैन पावर की कैसी है. अगर मैंने सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का डिप्लोमा या डिग्री प्रोग्राम बनाना है, तो उसका कैसा कॉम्पिटेंसी प्रोफाइल हो, जो कि हम उसमें स्टूडेंट्स में कॉम्पिटेंसी डेवलप करना चाहते हैं और वो एम्प्लॉयबल हो. क्या टेक्नोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट्स हो रही हैं इंडस्ट्री में, सो दैट वी कैन इंक्लूड इन आवर करिकुलम. देन आई हैव वन मॉडल. आई एम सजेस्टिंग वन मॉडल फॉर दिस. द मॉडल proposes 3 distinct industrial exposure during the course of study. Means first, structured and supervised exposure oriented workbench involvement of students of 2 to 3 weeks, 2 से 3 हफ्ते duration after the first year of degree or diploma program. Structured and supervised means there should be proper planning. Structured and supervised means there should be supervision of the teacher. It should be supervised by the teachers. What is the purpose? The purpose is data collection, information gathering type of experience in all the functional areas, which motivates students for further learning. Then after second year, structured and supervised branch specific task oriented, उनको छोटे छोटे टास्क दीजिए industrial or field experiences for at least 4 weeks duration after second year. सेकेंड ईयर के बाद उनको 4 हफ्ते का एक मिनी प्रोजेक्ट, जिसको हम माइनर प्रोजेक्ट वर्क भी कह सकते हैं, वो दीजिए. The exposure is given in the areas which students have already learned in 2 years of their degree or diploma program. It can be linked with minor project work. And then third work term will be problem solving oriented workbench involvement. उसको रियल लाइफ प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उसको सॉल्व करने का वर्कbench involvement of students for at least 8 weeks, 8 हफ्ते के लिए. It should involve solution of practical problems by students under the supervision of their teachers. This exposure can be linked with their major project work. Besides developing problem solving abilities, it will open employment opportunities to the students. So first exposure is after first year, and then second exposure is after second year, and then 8 weeks training is after third year. Because in degree now there is 6 months training also. In most of the universities, technical institutions, there is 6 months training or internship. Some institutions call it internship, or some institutions call it industrial experience. So I would like to know from my friends that how they are implementing these minor and major projects work in their programs. Because in Punjab, I have come to know that there is this industrial exposure after first year. That what they are doing, they are giving that exposure in institution only. That is not industrial exposure, but only exposure to the institutions, workshops, labs, and other things which are to be shown to the students. In second year, students go to the industry where they want to go. There is no structured and supervised training. And in third year, they have 6 months industrial training. In some degree programs, this training is in 6th semester. In some it is in 7th semester, and in some institutions it is in 8th semester. So I would like to first from Integral University how they are implementing this industrial exposures. Integral University, please. Hello, are you listening me? Integral University, please.
Yes, I am getting you, sir.
May I know how you are providing industrial training to your students? How you are networking with the industry?
Sir, there are several construction companies. Actually, I'm from the civil engineering department.
Yes, I am also civil engineer, sir. Please tell me.
Yes. So there are a lot of construction companies working in the Lucknow, and metro project is already going on in the Lucknow. So हम वहाँ के project managers और उन सब से बात भी करते हैं, and several engineers and project managers are part-time students. हमारे department के part-time student भी हैं for masters and all. So we make हम इस तरह से network करके अपने student को practical exposure और training के लिए वहाँ भेजते हैं.
Is there any planning or supervision is there, sir? Or it is up to the individual students that they can go anywhere and they can come and report?
नो सर, हम दो तरीके से इस चीज़ को अप्रोच करते हैं. फर्स्ट, हम स्टूडेंट को इनकरेज करते हैं कि दे शुड मेक देयर कॉन्टैक्ट्स बाय देयर सेल्फ. सो उनको अपना कॉन्टैक्ट में बनाने में की भी प्रैक्टिस हो, और अगर मान लीजिए हमारी सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत होती है तो हम भी उस लॉट्स में स्टूडेंट को भेजते हैं डिफरेंट कंपनीज में. हम दोनों चैनल हम ओपन रखते हैं.
Okay, sir. Actually, how you are providing 6 months training? Do you have 6 months training also?
No, sir. We don't have 6-month training in our curriculum. We have 1.5 month training after third year.
After third year,
in our
means
curriculum.
in summer only. After summer vacation, in the summer
Yes. In the summers.
Before that, you do not have any industrial exposure.
For the student, no sir. हम बीच में visits कराते हैं, but 6 months या इस तरह का formal कोई exposure हमारे curriculum में planned नहीं है.
Then sir, I will be discussing with you some case studies. How to start this industrial training, industrial experience. I think then you can think of starting with that. And thank you, sir. Anybody from Gyan Jyoti Group? Gyan Jyoti College? How, madam, you are implementing your training program, industrial training programs? Yes. Madam, are you listening me? Yes. And anybody from Thapar Polytechnic, Patiala? Thapar Polytechnic, Patiala, yes. May I know how you are implementing your minor and major project works?
Sir, in this scenario, we have tied with the industry NSIC. NSIC, Rajpura, sir, National Smoke Industry.
Or how much training, madam? How much time?
It is 6 weeks training, sir.
6 weeks training after second year or first year, madam?
The second year.
After second year, you are giving 6 weeks training.
Yes.
And what more?
So yes. Pardon, sir, please.
आप 3 साल में मैडम आपने कोई और भी ट्रेनिंग रखी हुई है?
सर नहीं सर, एक ही ट्रेनिंग होती है आफ्टर सेकंड ईयर, ओनली वन ट्रेनिंग.
You have only one this.
Sir, in diploma course there is only one training after second year.
After second year.
Yes, sir.
Madam, I am giving one model where you can think of giving more industrial exposure to the students. Like, okay, madam, thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you.
I am giving one. I am showing here one model. How to impart the industrial training to the students. Here we have first year, second year, third year. After first year, we are saying that you give one exposure oriented workbench involvement. 2 to 3 weeks, they should be shown at least where they will be going. They will be they will be getting employment. So after first year, give them some exposure. Then after second year, as you are doing task oriented workbench involvement of 4 to 6 weeks as per the availability of the time. And after third year, give some problem solving oriented workbench involvement. Means they should be given some projects which you can correlate with the major project works. This is one model which we are recommending for industrial exposure for networking with the industry. Then how to plan and implement industrial exposure. First is advanced planning. There must be some planning by the teachers so that they are able to plan the industrial exposure. Then there should be selection of proper workbenches, selection of appropriate task problems, matching students' abilities with task problems, supervision and guidance by teachers during the attachment, assessment and feedback to students at workbenches. Then each teacher has to establish linkage with the word of work in his her subject area. Here I would like to emphasize that in most of the institutions there is a post of TPO, Training and Placement Officer. When we talk to the teachers, what is the scenario of your linkage with the word of work? They say that our TPO is doing. This work is of Training and Placement Officer. Friends, it is not so. We all the teachers should be involved in this, in making the linkage with the industry. हम कहते हैं कि अगर आपके किसी डिपार्टमेंट में 5 लोग हैं तो हर सेमेस्टर में सिर्फ एक टीचर ने एक इंडस्ट्री के साथ लिंकेज बनाना है और मे बी 1 industry in 1 year. If you are 5 teachers, then in 1 year you will be having good linkage with the 5 industry. So friends, teachers must come forward so that they have good linkage, good professional linkage with the industry, with the word of work. Then industries to play proactive role and provide assistance in organizing work experiences to students. Then in some cases, some token financial assistance may be given to the students by the industry who are engaged in the problem solving action research activities for their motivation. And now this time has come when we are to shift from the teaching learning process from front and loading, means we are spoon feeding the students. We will have to shift from front and loading approach to develop learning to learn skills and problem solving skills in the students, leading to their enhanced employability. We are to develop in the students learning to learn skills, means how to learn and how to solve the live problems from the industry. We should not be always doing spoon feeding. We should come forward so that students, we are able to develop employable skills in the students. Here I will be discussing with you some case studies which have been conducted by one of our senior professor, ex-professor Dr. S.K. Bhattacharya. First experiment, first case study is summer training of first year students in industry. How we have conducted this case study, means in the institution where this was implemented, training of first year students during summer vacation was not compulsory. As you are telling that there is no training after first year in your curriculum, similarly it is not compulsory. There is no training of first year students during summer vacation after first year. When we floated this idea that yes, we want to send the students for industrial exposure after first year, then out of a class of 60 students, 24 students showed their willingness to undergo practical training of 2 weeks during summer vacation, 2 weeks of the 6 weeks summer vacation, only 2 weeks, 2 हफ्ते की. Training places for the students were identified near to their places of stay during the training period. जहाँ जहाँ पे स्टूडेंट रहते हैं उनके नियर बाई उनसे पूछा गया और कुछ जगह पे विजिट भी करा कि वहां पे किस टाइप की इंडस्ट्री है. Then very good industries were identified, very good industries. Then students were placed in group of 4 to 6 in each industry. 4 से 6 लोगों को एक इंडस्ट्री में रखा गया. Then booklets were prepared for each industry and a set of 60 relevant practical questions were included. Friends, there should be some booklet. इसको show कर सकते हैं. Like this, we have prepared one workbook for civil engineering students for general field exposure in summer vacation after first year examination. In this booklet, we have given what will be your conduct and discipline, how to introduce yourself in the industry. Are you able to see? Yeah. This type of booklets were prepared by us for the first year students, in which what will be your conduct and discipline in the industry, how to introduce yourself, what will be your schedule, and how you will be evaluated. In this booklet, we have given different set of question papers. Like if a student is from civil engineering department, then he will have to go to a site where building is under construction, and we have set of a number of questions. He will have to get a reply for these questions. Means we will have to prepare some booklets, some guidance for the students before going to the industry. Then students had to find answer to these questions by actual observation. The questions were very simple, and the students had to observe by questioning, observing, discussing and reference. उनसे कुछ ना कुछ बातचीत करके वो स्टूडेंट्स ने उन क्वेश्चन के आंसर ढूंढने थे. Then even if the students did not fully understand at that point of time the detailed meaning of those information gathered, they were asked to record them and submit a report. उनको रिपोर्ट बनाने के लिए कहा गया और जो उन्होंने सबमिट करवाई. Then students were asked to organize a seminar in the college by inviting all students of the department and present their experience. जो कुछ उन्होंने इंडस्ट्री में देखा, जो कुछ सीखा, उनको एक पीपीटी की पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन बना के प्रेजेंट करने के लिए उनको बोला गया. Then performance of the students in the next semester, their level of motivation in learning and quality of interaction in the class were noted. The outcome and the observation were shared with the other students, faculty, director, industry and the management. What was the outcome of this experiment? The students could find answer to all the questions given to them. They learned as how to acquire information. कहीं भी जाके इंफॉर्मेशन अपने उनको एक एक्सपोजर भी इंडस्ट्री लगती कैसे है, वहां पे किस टाइप का काम हो रहा है, आपने वहां पे जाना है तो कैसे जाना है, आपने कैसे लोगों से बात करनी है, तो ये सब उनमें कम्युनिकेशन स्किल, ये सब उनके उनमें एक कॉन्फिडेंस आया. दे saw the work culture, importance of organizational discipline, value to time, sense of responsibility. जब वो क्लास में आए तो उन्होंने क्लास में they started asking higher order questions in the class, because if they have gone to a concrete mix plant, then they will be knowing how concrete is being mixed, and when they will be coming to the class, they will be asking the questions higher than that. How this concrete is transported, what are the various ingredients, like that they will be asking in the class. They learned as to how to make small technical report and presentation of what they have observed. कैसे उसको प्रेजेंट करना है, ये सब उनको फर्स्ट ईयर के बाद ही उन्होंने to some extent they have learned. Then experiment number 2, industry related mini project done by the students. ये कैसे करा हमने? Small projects were identified by groups of students who were taken to industries on Saturday. जैसे in most of the institution there is training after second year. तो उनको कैसे हमने ऑर्गेनाइज करा? ऑन सैटरडे, शनिवार के दिन छुट्टी होती है, तो कुछ स्टूडेंट्स को लेके टीचर्स इंडस्ट्री में गए टू फाइंड आउट द live projects, what are the problems of the industry, where our students can be put for the training. Groups of students were encouraged to visit 4 industries and identify projects to get a first-hand experience in real-life problem solving. The 4 projects identified by the students, teacher teams in consultation with industry. Each of these projects was allotted to 5 students and 1 teacher. हमने 4 प्रोजेक्ट आइडेंटिफाई करे और हमने 5 स्टूडेंट्स को और 1 टीचर को वो जो प्रोजेक्ट थे अलॉट कर दिए. प्रोजेक्ट क्या थे? There is a very big industry, manufacturing industry near Mohali. The project was to carry out time and motion study of transport vehicles in a manufacturing industry and apply optimization techniques with respect to maintenance and deployment of vehicles. ये जो हमने प्रोजेक्ट वहां से आइडेंटिफाई करे, ये सिर्फ स्टूडेंट्स ने नहीं आइडेंटिफाई करे, इनके साथ टीचर भी था, क्योंकि टीचर नोज व्हाट आवर स्टूडेंट्स कैन डू. Then second project was to study energy management practices in an oil mill. There is a very big industry of oil mill near Chandigarh. I will not name those industries. To study then total quality management practice in a 5-star hotel and suggest the improvements. Fourth project was to study the electricity consumption bill in a Vanspati industry, the loading pattern of machines, and suggest methods for reduction in expenditure on electricity consumption. What is the outcome? जो पहला केस था, that was of a manufacturing unit. The case was how to optimize transport vehicle utilization. कैसे करा स्टूडेंट्स ने? The students study the present states of breakdown maintenance, deployment of vehicles, different routes पे उनके जो different बसों पे काम कर रहे थे, तो उसको स्टडी करा, and then applied optimization techniques to suggest that organization could provide better services with existing number of vehicles, whereas the company manager had asked for 5 more vehicles to be purchased. जबकि उनकी जो कंपनी थी, उन्होंने 5 व्हीकल, जो उनका यूनिट था जो ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल को देखता था, उन्होंने 5 और व्हीकल खरीदने के लिए बोला था, 5 और बसेस खरीदने के लिए बोला था, जो कि एग्जिस्टिंग से 5 मोर व्हीकल चाहिए, सो दैट दे कैन गेट द प्रॉपर वर्क. तो स्टूडेंट्स ने क्या करा? द स्टूडेंट्स प्रिपेयर्ड अ रिपोर्ट and made presentation to the management. They used the optimization techniques under the supervision of the teacher and under the guidance of the experts from the industry. So the management were taking decisions on the basis of the felt needs and not on the basis of such study. They became appreciative of इन-हाउस R&D एट लेवल. आप देखिए, कहाँ तो वो उनको 5 व्हीकल और खरीदना चाहते थे, तो कहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स ने उनको जो ऑप्टिमाइजेशन टेक्निक यूज करके कि उन्हीं जो एग्जिस्टिंग व्हीकल है, तो उन्हीं को कैसे मतलब प्रॉपर्ली यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं, वो उनको बताया. एंड एप्रिसिएशन लेटर्स वर इशूड टू द स्टूडेंट्स एंड 5 ट्रेनिंग प्लेसेस वर परमानेंटली एलोकेटेड टू द हॉल्स, कि आपके हर साल 5 स्टूडेंट्स हमारे पास ट्रेनिंग के लिए आ सकते हैं. दिस इज ए केस ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल केस. देन सेकंड केस इज ऑयल मिल केस. बहुत बड़ी एक ऑयल मिल है, चंडीगढ़ के पास है. दी स्टूडेंट्स इसमें क्या करा उन्होंने, एनर्जी बिल को कैसे कम किया जा सकता है. दी स्टूडेंट्स कलेक्टेड द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल्स of last 2 years and studied the rate at which bills are made and the punishment clause for low power factor. This better can be understood by जो electrical के हैं उनको ये समझाएगा. They studied the load on each motor and the way the capacitors are switched on manually for maintenance of load power factor. With these data, the students with guidance from faculty and experts from industry showed how electricity bill could be reduced. Why? कैसे कम कर सकते हैं? Using motor of optimum rating in certain cases. Switching on the required number of capacitors for maintaining the load power factor at the desired value. Earlier, the capacitors were overcompensating the load power factor, thereby having a negative effect. On the basis of presentation made by students, 2 students were promised job in the industry after completion of their college studies. So जो उनका बिल सर 4.5 लाख रुपया आ रहा था, तो उन्होंने स्टूडेंट्स को वो सब उसको स्टडी करके तो बिल उनका 3.5 लाख रुपया ला दिया. तो इंडस्ट्री वाज वेरी हैप्पी और उनको बदले में स्टूडेंट्स को उन्होंने कुछ स्टाइपेंड भी दिया, जबकि जो के स्टूडेंट्स ने 8 हफ्ते के लिए जो वहां पे काम करा उसके बदले में उनको स्टूडेंट्स को स्टाइपेंड भी दिया. इंडस्ट्री वाज सो हैप्पी एंड दे आल्सो promised job in the industry for 2 students. Then third case study is hotel industry. इसमें हमने मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग के स्टूडेंट्स को भेजा और करना क्या था, उन्होंने एप्लीकेशन ऑफ टोटल क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट टेक्निक्स, बिकॉज दिस होटल वाज ए ISO 9001, so that they were following total quality management. तो वहां पे क्या किया, they appreciate that in a hotel industry quality management provides a competitive edge because here the feedback is immediate and the corrected response must also be immediate. A sluggish system is not acceptable and will not survive for long. The students made in-depth study of housekeeping management system and made certain useful suggestions for improvement which the management appreciated. उनको कैसे उनको लॉन्ड्री उनको मैनेज करना है, कैसे होटल को मैनेज करना है, तो जब उन्होंने उनको सजेस्ट करी कुछ स्टडी तो दे वर वेरी appreciated. And then fourth is of a very big project, big industry near Rajpura, Banaspati industry. This project was similar to the one carried out in the oil mill, जो कि हमने oil mill में करा. What here the size of the industry was large and the electricity consumption was huge. The installation of automatic switching circuits was suggested and the payback period calculated. The management appreciated the report submitted by students and got inspired to get the outcome checked by a consultant agency, that is National Productivity Council. These students received appreciation letter. यहाँ भी स्टूडेंट्स ने उनका जो एनर्जी बिल था, जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल था, काफी कम करा उन्होंने, so that they were saving in the electricity. So friends, these are 4 cases which our students have conducted. Friends, I would also like to know whether you have conducted these such experiments or case studies in your polytechnic or engineering college. I would like to request Government Polytechnic Bikaner. May I have response from Bikaner? No. Then this Mewat Engineering College. Yes, sir. I would like to know from you how you are giving industrial training to your students. Whether
Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate NITTTR
yes,
for starting such a good initiative. Actually, sir, Mewat is one of the most backward region, not only of Haryana but of India.
right?
There is no industrialization in Mewat. So we used to send our student to Faridabad, Gurgaon or Delhi, sir.
Okay,
After second year, we arrange 6 weeks industrial training program for them.
right, very good.
And after third year, again 6 weeks. And in their final semester, you can say 8th semester, a 6 week, either industrial training or the project within the college. तो इस तरीके से सर we used to manage the industrial training.
सर कोई आपने प्रोजेक्ट कराया हो जो कि स्टूडेंट्स ने लाइव प्रोजेक्ट करे हो इंडस्ट्री के?
जी सर, जैसे हाल ही में मेवात में कुछ गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस बने हैं, जैसे गवर्नमेंट वुमेन्स पॉलिटेक्निक है सर, तो वो लाइव हमने बच्चों को वहाँ ले गए हैं और ट्रेनिंग कराया है सर सिविल के बच्चों को.
वेरी गुड सर. तो उनमें स्टूडेंट्स ने क्या लर्न करा? उन्होंने कुछ उनको बताया भी कैसे ये प्रोजेक्ट उन्होंने कैसे करे? कैन यू टेल समथिंग टू अस?
बिल्कुल सर, जैसे कि किस तरीके से कॉस्ट एस्टिमेशन होता है, और सर एक्चुअली यहाँ पर कॉलेज जो सिचुएटेड है वो पहाड़ों के बीच में सिचुएटेड है, तो हम इनके लिए सिविल इंजीनियर वाले बच्चों के लिए कैंप का आयोजन करते हैं सर.
सर्वे कैंप लगाते हो?
जी सर.
तो सर उनको आप एस्टिमेटिंग कॉस्टिंग के प्रोजेक्ट करवाइए, उनको हॉट मिक्स प्लांट विजिट करवाइए, वहाँ पे कैसे हो रहा है, रेडी मिक्स कंक्रीट के प्रोजेक्ट उनको आप एक्सपोजर दीजिए. स्टूडेंट्स को जब तक हम सर एक्सपोजर नहीं देंगे तो स्टूडेंट्स को कैसे पता चलेगा कि इंडस्ट्री में क्या हो रहा है?
Exactly.
Very good sir, you are doing very good projects, and also send us some projects if you have good list of projects so that you can also share with other teachers.
Okay sir, sure sir, thank you so much.
Then I would like to now go to Thapar Polytechnic. Yes, Thapar Polytechnic, how madam you are managing your projects?
Sir, there is no live project, but after मतलब हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की प्लेसमेंट होती है, जब
प्लेसमेंट होती है मैडम, लेकिन आपने प्रोजेक्ट्स कोई मेजर प्रोजेक्ट वर्क जो इंडस्ट्री के रिलेटेड जो लाइव प्रोजेक्ट्स कराए हो, जैसे कि मैंने एग्जांपल दिया मैडम, आवर स्टूडेंट्स कैन डू वंडर्स बट वी विल हैव टू इनिशिएट द प्रोसेस.
सर हमने एज इट इज लाइव प्रोजेक्ट्स नहीं, बट अपने जो कॉलेज के प्रोजेक्ट्स है उसमें बच्चों को इन्वॉल्व करते हैं सर, जो कॉलेज के जो अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स.
ओके मैडम, ओके. So friends, thank you madam. So friends, we should start giving live projects from the industry. जब तक हम इंडस्ट्री बच्चों को नहीं दिखाएंगे, यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स ने जॉब करना है, जहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलनी है, जब तक हम उनको वो नहीं दिखाएंगे तब तक स्टूडेंट्स को कैसे पता चलेगा कि इंडस्ट्री में क्या हो रहा है? दैट इज व्हाई आवर स्टूडेंट्स आर नॉट एम्प्लॉयबल. जो मैं इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज की बात करूं तो जो 6 months इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है वो हम कैसे करते हैं? इन मोस्ट ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटीज they provide one complete semester of professional training, internship industry, where the students are expected to carry out small projects assigned by the industry. अब यहाँ पे भी ये 6 months की ट्रेनिंग है, तो वहां पे कैसे, अगर इंटर्नशिप, अगर ये इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग आपकी 6th सेमेस्टर में है तो देन इंडस्ट्री स्टार्ट्स टेकिंग टेस्ट इंटरव्यू इन 5th semester फॉर स्टाइपेंड. जैसे मैं आपको एग्जांपल दूं, अभी जैसे पंजाब इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में है, पंजाब इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज चंडीगढ़ में बहुत एक अच्छा इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है. यहाँ पे जो बच्चों की 6 महीने की ट्रेनिंग है दैट इज इन 6th semester, 6th सेमेस्टर में ट्रेनिंग है. तो टीचर्स ने और इंडस्ट्री ने अभी 5th semester से ही उनको प्लेसमेंट के लिए शुरू हो गया, दैट इज कॉल्ड प्री प्लेसमेंट शेड्यूल। तो प्री प्लेसमेंट के लिए उनको इंटरव्यूज हो रही हैं, उनको जो इंडस्ट्री में जाके काम करना है उसके रिलेटेड उनको नॉलेज दी जा रही है। सो फ्रेंड्स, वी विल हैव टू इनिशिएट फॉर दिस 6 months ट्रेनिंग 1 semester इन एडवांस। ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंट था हमने 70 स्टूडेंट्स के साथ करा, एंड जो उसमें से 24 स्टूडेंट्स ने जो छठे सेमेस्टर में दे गॉट द अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर्स फॉर द ज्वाइनिंग द इंडस्ट्री आफ्टर देयर completion of degree। 24 students will be joining after the degree program। ये 6 महीने की ट्रेनिंग अगर बच्चे हमारे अच्छी तरह से कर लेते हैं, कोई प्रोडक्टिव काम कर देते हैं, तो मोस्टली जो इंडस्ट्री की प्लेसमेंट है वो बच्चे की छठे सेमेस्टर में ही हो जाती है। तो फ्रेंड्स, there are some responsibilities of the institutions which should be taken by our polytechnics, our engineering colleges। एक तो सबसे पहले preparation of a directory of different types of industry, field organizations and other organizations where students can be placed for project activities। मैं मेरे सब साथियों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा हमारे पॉलिटेक्निक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में कि एक आपके आसपास में, क्योंकि जब स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ रहे होते हैं तो उनको नहीं पता कि उन्होंने कहाँ जाना है, कौन कौन सी उनके आसपास इंडस्ट्री है, वो किस इंडस्ट्री में जा सकते हैं। तो ऐसे में मैं आप सबको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि एक आप डायरेक्टरी जरूर बनाइए जिससे कि जो कि आप बच्चों को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। देन कुछ प्रोजेक्ट एक्सरसाइजेज हैं जो आप इंडस्ट्री से आइडेंटिफाई करिए जो कि स्टूडेंट्स को दे सकते हैं, और जो प्रोजेक्ट वर्क आपने बच्चों को देने हैं वो बच्चों की कॉम्पिटेंसी के हिसाब से दीजिए। जो बच्चे की कॉम्पिटेंसी जिस एरिया में है उस टाइप के प्रोजेक्ट वर्क्स उनको दीजिए। देन हर टीचर को कोई ना कोई प्रोजेक्ट वर्क जरूर देना चाहिए। देन जो इंडस्ट्री की है, इंडस्ट्री को भी अपना जो ट्रेनिंग पोटेंशियल है दे शुड आल्सो आइडेंटिफाई, और वहां पे एक ओवरऑल सुपरवाइज अपॉइंट करें जो कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को सुपरवाइज करें। और मैं आपको फिर एक और जो हमारा है, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को कई बार जाके इंडस्ट्री में पता नहीं लगता कि क्या करना है, तो उनका प्रॉपर शेड्यूल बनाइए जो कि स्टूडेंट्स को भी पता हो और उनके जो इंडस्ट्री में सुपरवाइजर हैं उनको भी पता हो कि वो क्या उन्होंने स्टूडेंट्स से क्या करवाना है। और स्टूडेंट्स भी हमारे कई बार स्टूडेंट्स क्या होते हैं कि जाके हमारी इंडस्ट्री में थोड़ा सा ऐसा काम कर देते हैं विच इज नॉट इन गुड टेस्ट, बिकॉज जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं दे आर एम्बेसडर्स ऑफ आवर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, ऑफ आवर पॉलिटेक्निक। तो उनका जो कंडक्ट है, जो उनका डिसिप्लिन है, वो स्टूडेंट्स को वहां पे जाके प्रॉपर होना चाहिए सो दैट इंडस्ट्री डू नॉट कंप्लेन। कई बार जगह हमने देखा है कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की हमारे पास कंप्लेंट्स आती हैं कि ये स्टूडेंट्स आपके हमारे इंडस्ट्री में जो इंडस्ट्री का एक एनवायरनमेंट है उसके हिसाब से काम नहीं कर रहे। तो ये हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को पहले से हमने उनको ट्रेनिंग देनी है, उनको बताना है कि स्टूडेंट्स ने इंडस्ट्री में जाके कैसे बिहेव करना है। तो इसका जो एडवांटेज है ये भी हमने बताए हैं कि इंडस्ट्री से जो इंडस्ट्री ने, क्योंकि हर इंडस्ट्री को जो मैन पावर चाहिए, उनको डिग्री होल्डर चाहिए, डिप्लोमा होल्डर चाहिए। अगर हम स्टूडेंट्स वहां पे जाएंगे और काम करेंगे तो हो सकता है जो कि स्टूडेंट्स को उन्होंने बाद में 6 महीने की ट्रेनिंग देनी है वो स्टूडेंट्स को अभी 6 महीने की ट्रेनिंग दे दें और उसके बाद वो अपना उनको रेगुलर अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर दे देते हैं, रेगुलर काम पे उनको जॉब रेगुलर काम देना शुरू कर देते हैं। तो ये इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुत यूजफुल है और ये जो मैन पावर है उनके लिए बहुत यूजफुल हो सकती है। तो इसलिए इंडस्ट्री को भी इसके जब हम बताएंगे तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री भी आगे आने को तैयार होगी। और हमारे जो इसमें हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशन को भी बड़ा इसका फायदा है क्योंकि जब हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को वापस आएंगे तो हमारा इंडस्ट्री के साथ जो हमारा रिलेशन है वो बढ़ेगा। हमारा इंडस्ट्री के साथ नेटवर्क बढ़ेगा, तो उसके साथ हमारी जो टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग है, स्टूडेंट्स की ट्रेनिंग है, तो हमें कुछ ना कुछ उसमें बहुत हेल्प मिलने वाली है। और हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को भी इसके मतलब जो उनकी नॉलेज है, जो उनकी इंस्टीट्यूशन जो उन्होंने सीखा है, जो उनके थ्योरी एंड प्रैक्टिकल है, दे विल बी एबल टू अप्लाई इन द इंडस्ट्री। सो ये इसका सबको फायदा है। पर अभी जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की ये मेनली कंप्लेंट है कि दे आर नॉट एम्प्लॉयबल, दे डू नॉट नो इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोसेसेस, इंडस्ट्री में क्या प्रोसेसेस हैं। तो ये सब हमने उनको अगर स्टूडेंट्स को बताएंगे तो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगी। तो मैं एक जो आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं, जो हमारा नेटवर्क विद इंडस्ट्री है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। देयर इज ए वन सेइंग दैट industry institute are like father and mother of for a student. Industry and institute are like father and mother for a student. More they interact among them, better it is for the child. जितना इंडस्ट्री और इंस्टीट्यूट इंटरेक्शन बढ़ेगा, नेटवर्क बनेगा, ये हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए, हमारे टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग के लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा। तो फ्रेंड्स, आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू काइंडली स्टार्ट इंटरेक्टिंग विद द इंडस्ट्री, नेटवर्किंग विद द इंडस्ट्री, सो दैट आवर स्टूडेंट्स आर एम्प्लॉयबल। और एट लास्ट I would like to say one Chinese proverb. This Chinese proverb is, when the wind of change blows, some build walls and other build windmills. I am sure we will build windmills so that we can survive the system, because nowadays survival of the fittest is there. Because there are so many institutions in and around Chandigarh. In every city there is some polytechnic, some engineering college, but our students which are employable, that is only 20 to 25%. If we are to increase their employment, then we will have to network with the industry. Friend, this is what I want to say. So now I would like to get questions from you. If you have any query, anything you want to ask regarding this networking with industry, then you are most welcome. Anybody from Om Institute of Technology and Management, Hisar?
हाँ सर, एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे।
जी सर।
क्वेश्चन ये है सर कि हमारे यहाँ जो जितने कंपटीशंस होते हैं ऑल इंडिया में जॉब के, all job competition are mainly selected on the basis of objective type questions, right? And there is a great difference of the tactics of doing those questions between theoretical and objective type, right? So we are not emphasizing the objective type questions in our main examination curriculum. We are all doing on the theoretical based.
जी सर, इसमें जो भी ये ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप होते हैं तो इनमें भी कुछ जो प्रैक्टिकल फील्ड की भी क्वेश्चन होते हैं। तो अगर हमें प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस होगा तो बच्चों को वो जो ऑब्जर्विंग पावर है वो अपने आप बढ़ जाती है और बच्चों को ज़्यादा समझ आता है कि इंडस्ट्री की क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, सब्जेक्ट का कैसे यूटिलाइजेशन है इंडस्ट्री का। तो फ्रेंड्स, विदाउट ओनली ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप theoretical knowledge is not required, but if you have this also, then our students will be better.
मेरा कहने का मतलब यह है कि हम जो है, जैसे हम लोग एक 100 मार्क्स का थ्योरेटिकल पेपर रखते हैं, ठीक है, व्हाई डोंट वी पुट 100 मार्क्स का जो है आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन इन एवरी सब्जेक्ट। आई थिंक इट विल बी मोर बेनिफिशियल टू द स्टूडेंट्स हु विल गो फॉर द कॉम्पिटिशन एग्जाम्स एंड अदर। ये ड्रॉबैक है, इसीलिए हमारे बच्चे जो है दे आर नॉट गेटिंग सेलेक्टेड इन गुड प्लेसेस, बिकॉज उनका जो है थ्योरेटिकल होता है वैसे पढ़ के चले जाते हैं, दे गेट द एग्जाम। तो ऑब्जेक्टिव जब पढ़ेंगे, जब वो प्रेशर से उनको एग्जाम देना पड़ेगा, देन विल बी वेरी थॉरो एंड वो और अच्छा करेंगे उसको। जनरल इंस्टीट्यूट का यही वो है पोजीशन है। दैट इज द मेन ड्रॉबैक सर।
यहाँ पे मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि अगर हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में जो हमारे फर्स्ट क्लास ग्रेजुएट्स हैं, जो बहुत अच्छे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, दे आर शुड गेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट। डू यू एग्री विद दिस? जो हमारे बहुत अच्छे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हु आर एट टॉपर्स, दे आर शुड गेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट। बट ऐसा नहीं है, क्योंकि जो रिक्वायरमेंट इंडस्ट्री की है, अगर वही यूनिवर्सिटी की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो रिक्वायरमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी की है वही रिक्वायरमेंट इंडस्ट्री है, तो ऑल आवर स्टूडेंट्स हु आर वेरी गुड दे शुड गेट एम्प्लॉयमेंट। बट इट इज नॉट सो, बिकॉज जो रिक्वायरमेंट इंडस्ट्री की है हम वो फुलफिल नहीं करते, तो इससे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स की एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम होती है।
नहीं, हमारा मतलब कहने का आप इसको भी एक व्हाई डोंट यू मेक इट कंपल्सरी कि आपको सब्जेक्ट में ऑब्जेक्टिव पेपर 100% मार्क्स का पास करना है, 100% आपका थ्योरेटिकल भी पास करना है, देन इट विल बी मोर हेल्पफुल सर।
May I share with you one thing on this, sir? Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yes, I am hearing, sir.
Okay. I like to say one thing on this issue. Yesterday we had a session. Yesterday we had a session on student evaluation, and I said that there are advantages of objective type testing, and there are advantages for subjective type testing also. There are certain levels of knowledge cannot be measured, which cannot be tested through objective testing. Testing is good. Objective testing is good.
वो कह रहा है इंडस्ट्री का एक्सपोजर है ना, जो वो बच्चों में नहीं होता, इंडस्ट्री का एक्सपोजर, बस ये बात पूछ रहा है। नेटवर्किंग पे बात कर रहा है, सॉफ्ट स्किल पे तो मैं कर दूंगा।
मैं ये कह रहा था कि आपकी जब आपने अभी स्टूडेंट एवैल्यूएशन की बात करी ना आपने, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द ब्लूम्स टैक्सोनॉमी, नॉलेज, कंप्रीहेंशन एंड एप्लीकेशन, अप टू दिस टाइम यू कैन गो फॉर ऑब्जेक्टिव टेस्टिंग, बट वंस यू
क्लियर हो जाएगा वैसे,
and evaluation stages, then you have to go for subjective testing. But in subjective testing, you can bring about objectivity by being specifically using the right kind of words, so that there is no gap between the examiner and the students.
Thank you. Now we go to Dr. Patiala.
Are you convinced what we have talked just now? आप पहले बताइए, आपको समझ में आई है मैम बात, सर बात ये वाली? हेलो, can we have some questions from other center also? Can you please? Thapar से कोई क्वेश्चन है मैम?
One question more जो है, I have done ME from All India Institute of Public Health and Hygiene. वहाँ पे आपका करिकुलम ऐसा था कि अभी 2 months बाद में जो है they have a educational tour or an training कोई भी होता था, फिर उसमें आके हम लोग जो है उसके ऊपर प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट करते थे, and there was the examination. Then again there is theory classes, then again there is this type of system was there.
I would suggest you one thing when it comes to, yesterday we had a session on project work also. I mentioned there also. Let me just repeat it if you have not understood that at that time. That any kind of training, any kind of internship, if it is आप अपने वॉल्यूम कम रखिए सर हॉल का. Any kind of training or internship or industrial visit will become meaningless if the students are not actively involved in the work, in the activities, in the projects which the industry is engaged in. You must link it with the industrial, जो industry की activities हैं. It may be a very big activity, but for your student, उसकी contribution may be a small project for him, for her. If you will not do that, that visit many times doesn't reap like a right kind of fruits for the purpose.
Industry tour अगर आप करेंगे, it will be more better for the student to go to the subject after experiencing the industry matter.
सर आपकी आवाज
6 महीने में एक बार होता है इंडस्ट्री टूर.
आवाज नहीं आ रही सर आपकी.
सर पार्डन, एक बार दोबारा रिपीट करेंगे अपना क्वेश्चन?
रहा हूँ मैं कि सर हमारे यहाँ जो जैसे इंडस्ट्री टूर हमने रखा है 6 मंथ आफ्टर रखते हैं, सेमेस्टर के एंड में रखते हैं, राइट? आई वांट टू से फॉर एवरी 1.5 month और 2 month आफ्टर यू पुट इट फॉर 7 days इंडस्ट्री ट्रेनिंग दे दीजिए, कुछ भी दे दीजिए। उससे क्या होगा, बच्चों का प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस के साथ जब वो पढ़ेंगे दैट विल बी मोर इंपैक्टफुल देन रादर देन थ्योरेटिकल 6 महीना पढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं, देन वी आर डूइंग दैट।
Okay.
curriculum you should add something in curriculum, ये compulsory कीजिए आप कि जो है हमारा जो है 2 महीने थ्योरी के साथ फिर हम 15 दिन का ट्रेनिंग रखेंगे कहीं पे भी, दैट शुड बी a regular study, then after again we go for the 2 months, so ये will be more helpful sir.
There are different models available for that industrial training also. What you are saying is maybe work out for some industries, but some industries are insisting upon that the student should be available with us for the full time for 6 months time. That is why, you know, over the years, taking the feedback from the industry, earlier we used to have, you know, the model which you were suggesting, maybe 1 month or maybe 15 days in the industry, 15 days in the college. But then the feedback from the industry was that we require continuous training of the students so that within 1 or 2 months when they learn the practices being followed in the industry, they are able to contribute. इंडस्ट्री का लालच ये नहीं होता ट्रेनिंग का, इंडस्ट्री का लालच होता है कि वो वहाँ पे आके उनके लिए क्या कर रही है यूजफुल। वो जो 6 महीने का टाइम है उसमें 1.5-2 महीने में बच्चे कुछ लर्न करते हैं वहाँ पर इंडस्ट्री के बारे में, then they start contributing that. That is what we are doing it. But then what you are saying, if it works out for your university or college, you can go ahead with that, try out that model also. Okay, friends, we will limit our discussions in this session. I will be closing this session. I am so thankful to Professor S.K. Gupta ji for engaging the session on networking with the industry. There is very important announcement now. Listen to me very carefully. Closing of this 5 days program is going to happen just now. Before we actually break for the lunch, our director has very kindly accepted our invitation to be the chief guest for the valedictory session. We will be shifting our venue to the studio, a mini classroom there upstairs. We will be just now, before lunch. I will request the coordinators to kindly make sure that all of you be present during the valedictory session, which will be happening just now, after maybe another 5-6 minutes only. So we will be just having the lunch break after the valedictory session now. Valedictory will be now, and the lunch will be after the valedictory session, and then we will just call it off. After the valedictory session, we will close the program so that people who are coming from different places, they can go back to their places also. And our director has some engagements in the afternoon. So we will be now closing the session, and within 5-6 minutes, after having some technical adjustment to be done, another program of mechanical engineering is also going on. Their participants, their total centers are also going to join us. So the valedictory session, both the programs will be combined together in the classroom, as we did in the first day of the 2 programs in the inaugural session also. Is it clear to everybody? Is it clear to everybody?
Thank you, sir. One of my requests is that please give a little bit more thought about this objective type papers. Make it compulsory in your way.
That we can.
And second thing is to make it such more number of industries chapters in the syllabus. So that every 2 months we make an industry.
Sure. That is very important. In fact,
it will be helpful to more general students coming out. That's
okay, ठीक है, बिल्कुल ठीक है आपकी बात. We will definitely be, thinking in those directions also when we are talking about the curriculum design, and we will involve maybe people like you who are going to give us inputs on that. But for the time being, we are now getting ready for the valedictory session, which is going to start in another 5-6 minutes. And once again, I am thankful to Professor S.K. Gupta ji. Professor A.B. Gupta ji is also sitting right now here. We will be actually asking you to give some feedback about the program. In the valedictory session, besides the feedback which you are filling up the form which I have sent to you, during valedictory session, you kindly give your feedback about the content, about the presentation, about the linkages, whatever you want to give the feedback in front of our director also. Thank you so much. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Program on industry automation and robotics. And as if I make up to various topics that we have covered in this. We started with an overview of automation on Monday morning. Then we discussed the actuators, electrical actuators in particular in the afternoon session. Tuesday we discussed sensors followed by display logic. Then the user teaching part. Wednesday, our complete day was devoted to controllers. In the morning we discussed programmable logic controllers. In the afternoon we discussed microcontrollers. So yesterday on Thursday we discussed the robotics part. Introduction to robotics, then detailed kinematics of robotics, and then robot programming. The concept of control systems using MATLAB. Then lastly, Dr. Pavla discussed about automation applications in the industry, that was robotics. So our director, Dr. Nancy, is also here. So before Dr. Punya interacts with you, I would like to read the feedback from the centers one by one. And moreover, let me add one more thing. So this valedictory session is being held jointly for two programs. One is for our program and second program is specifically effective curriculum implementation. The second program is on effective curriculum implementation that is being conducted by Curriculum Development Department of Office. Okay, so this valedictory session. Now I will request the Centers of Industrial Automation and Robotics to please give their feedback one by one. So the first is Government Engineering College. Okay, Government Engineering College, Bikaner. Further request Bikaner to please give their feedback. Yeah, आप ऑडिबल हैं, आप बोलिए प्लीज.
एक्चुअली वेबकैम भी नहीं चल रही है.
Department of Mechanical Engineering. So thank you for conducting this course, and the content was quite interesting. We have learned a lot. Although we are mechanical guys, but we have learned so many things from it. Especially the actuator, microcontrollers, MATLAB, simulation. It's quite an interesting topic. And I hope that such program will further run in near future.
So I have a request that to the centers, not to you, but to all the centers, that during the program, what we notice is that usually at the end of the session, very few centers ask the questions. So normally, because we invite experts from outside, I think the participants at the centers should while the sun shines. So if they have any query, they should ask us. Thank you, Dr. Vajoria. Next section.
Chandrasekhar, just I would like to.
नहीं वो तो दिखाई नहीं तो ऐसे देंगे ना हमसे तो अपने को जो है आप दूसरे कहाँ दिखाई दे रहे हैं
for improving this one, and even if friends are attending this program,
आपके बोर्ड लगवा लेते हैं तो
सामने की चेयर भी खाली है कि हम उनकी स्क्रीन
किस वक्त से आया है वो सारा नेक्स्ट वीक उसमें आप नेक्स्ट
CNC trainer you are having, RPT you are having, then arm you are having.
We have a robotic arm.
And this subject is in final year?
Yes, sir, final year. This is in final year.
Okay. So suppose this program, 5 days program, students would have attended. Final year students, suppose they would have attended. How do you think that these contents were sufficient, or some more we should add into this one?
So this is more than sufficient as far as the syllabus is concerned, and some of the students also attended this program in the session.
Okay.
Before 1 o'clock, they have attended this program and they were quite benefited by it. So that's good.
Okay.
As far as students are concerned.
Okay. And then their curriculum of this one, and they are having one particular subject or only lab they are having?
No, they are having this subject robotics, and one mechatronics is also there.
Okay.
So this kind of are very beneficial for them. That's what I personally think.
Okay. So their complete syllabus in 5 days, are they able to complete in this program, or some more we have to add so that the complete subject can be covered into this one?
Sir, for covering the complete subjects, we need some more basics. Basically, the student lacks some basic knowledge for it.
Okay.
So when we directly go to specification, they are not able to understand that.
Okay. So you suggest that some basic lectures should also be added into this one, so that it will be much more effective, particularly for students, even for teachers also. Fundamentals will be clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
इस पे दामी साहब आपका क्या रिएक्शन है?
So I think that in that case, because when we conduct a program, the groups is always heterogeneous, and so in this program also we try to we also cover the fundamentals, but we cannot cover the fundamentals of object in detail. So if you want any specific program, what we can do is we can do a program for students for 1 or 2 days, in which we can cover the fundamentals related to various topics. In those cases, we will not cover the topics in detail, but we'll focus mainly on the fundamentals. And then second thing is, Dr. Ajoria, that I remember that your lab has the same robot that we have. So the the videos that you saw, because yesterday showed 3-4 videos also for different operations of the robot. So your students can use yesterday's knowledge to directly apply it on your robot.
Yes, sir. Another suggestion, Professor Dami. Some fundamentals they are saying that it has not been covered in this program. It is not possible also, because we are saying heterogeneous is there. Can we create some 2, 3, 4 good videos covering the fundamentals? Yes, sir. Those fundamental lectures we can put on our web portal, we can send to them, so that it will be beneficial to students also.
Yes, sir, that is possible.
You know, so that can be planned.
So we can do that also, but we will appreciate if the college send us a request, then we can do it. Because we know that we have some client.
Okay, but now we assume the request has come, they have floated this request. Now some good lectures, now fundamentals. We should create them. And I think these lectures can be effective for polytechnic students also.
Yes,
Third-year polytechnics also, no?
So because we have all the available for that, so we can make
very good. तो एक ही प्लान अपनी जो है करके और कम से कम 4-5 लेक्चर्स का इस तरह से करते हैं, एक पैकेज बन जाता है अपने पास. Then it will be very good. Pablo साहब बताओ.
I have been talking you to subject based pedagogy as
हाँ, बार-बार कह रहे हैं आप. तो मेरे हिसाब से 5-7 अगर वीडियोस बन जाएंगे, कुछ ये कवर कर लिया तो होल सब्जेक्ट विल बी कवर्ड है. और वो आपकी टीम जो है
systematically we should cover one subject and make full video lectures of a one subject which can be used by many people.
Very good. So that can be planned now, no?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ajoria.
Thank you, sir.
TTC Jodhpur. So I must appreciate that TTC Jodhpur has been very active in this program.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
So I will request, please give your feedback.
Yes, sir. Sir, I will summarize the what you have learned in this session in the 5-day program. Yes, sir. So, first of all, the lectures in the automation industry were by Mr. Dhami sir, the introduction to automation, and the sensor part was doing the proximity sensors, inductive, capacitive types, NMNC, normally closed. The digital logics we discussed, very good sir, like using these sensors, how to use the digital logics and operate these sensors for proximity, like opening a gate, closing a gate, and the programmable logic controller, like especially the latch circuit, was a very new concept which we learned, like how to use a latch circuit for opening and closing, like starting and stopping concept, and the timer and the counter concepts, and the robotic programming with handheld device that was practically demonstrated in this session. That it made that video lecture into a practical training session. That was a very good part of it. And this, we would have a more practical problem on microcontroller also, like we demonstrated on this robotic programming. We could have some more session on microcontroller to improve this program. Like I am presently studying a solar problem, like tracking a sun for maximizing the solar radiation on parabolic plate, which concentrates on the like the body we have to heat. So for that tracking, I had a thought last night, like we can optimize it by placing a solar insolation sensor, which will give the radiation falling on it, normally on it. So we can change the two angles, like in the east-west plane and in the north-south plane, and we can get an optimum angle where the intensity is maximum. Then we can do it by programming and optimizing the values and finding the two angles, and then feeding that angle to the parabolic dinner, and continuously tracking by mechanism. So, and I will work on it after this session, sir, and it was a very good session. It made us thought and enlighten us. And thanks.
Okay, thank you. What's your name, sir?
Manish Asani. Manish Asani.
मनीष कहाँ काम करते हो आप?
सर मैं गार्डन था 7 साल, अभी जोधपुर में ट्रांसफर हुआ है, जीपीसी जोधपुर का काम कर रहा हूँ प्रेजेंटली सर।
आप ये सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हो? You are teaching this subject?
सर मैंने एमई में जब ये काम किया था सोलर के ऊपर, सोलर एयर हीटर पे, तब मैं उस पे काम कर रहा था ये, और अब मैं तो पीएचडी कर रहा हूँ तो उसमें आगे ले जाने का सोच रहा हूँ।
ये तो एप्लीकेशन आप कर रहे हो, आपने एमई थर्मल में किया?
हाँ सर, एमई थर्मल में किया।
अब बिकॉज आपका एक्सपीरियंस है, प्रैक्टिकल एप्लीकेशन पार्ट से एक्सपीरियंस है, एंड इन पैरेलल वी हैड वन प्रोग्राम आल्सो दैट इज ऑन करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट। मैं आपको मनीष अगर ये जिम्मेवारी देता हूँ कि करिकुलम नहीं, जस्ट सिलेबस एक सब्जेक्ट का जो है जिसमें अपने ऑटोमेशन और रोबोटिक्स के बारे में स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाना हो, पॉलिटेक्निक स्टूडेंट्स। Can you develop that syllabus for us and can you mail to us कि ये contents होने चाहिए उस syllabus के अंदर जो पॉलिटेक्निक स्टूडेंट को हमें पढ़ाना है?
सर बना सकते हैं सर, कुछ टाइम लगेगा, एक महीना लगभग सारा जो भी एक्यूमुलेट करने में इसको, बट एक अच्छा सिलेबस बन सकता है सर जो स्टार्टअप से कवर करे। एक बच्चा जिसको कुछ नहीं आता रोबोटिक्स का, वो समझना शुरू करे उसको, और एंड तक आज की डेट में जो हम काम कर रहे हैं फर्स्ट डे में 90-100% सक्षम बन जाए। इस तरह का
नहीं लेके जाओ। मेरा सजेशन ये है जो पॉलिटेक्निक को रोबोटिक्स कितने टाइप्स के रोबोट्स हैं, कहाँ का इनका यूज हो रहा है, 2 पार्ट में बनाओ आप। पॉलिटेक्निक के 1 पार्ट एंड इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स के अलग पार्ट है। जो डिटेलिंग आप बात कर रहे हो वो आप बीटेक वाले उस लेवल पे लेके जाओ। 2 पार्ट में हम जो है, व्हाई आई एम आस्किंग यू फॉर दिस वन, बिकॉज जस्ट नाउ वी वर डिस्कसिंग दैट सम गुड वीडियोज हैज टू बी डेवलप्ड, एंड जो आप सिलेबस हमें बना के देंगे, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट सिलेबस विल पुट आवर टीम इनटू द एक्शन and we'll prepare some good videos so that complete syllabus of Polytechnic and complete syllabus of engineering students, particularly for automation and robotics, can be covered.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to take this responsibility for both for Polytechnic as well as, because in engineering you have applied this one, you know how application can be of this automation. So you will be submitting to Professor Dami. 1 month you are saying, it is today is 28th of August, up to 28th of September you will be sending this one. So accordingly we will develop some videos.
I will submit this PVC Jodhpur.
Yes, okay. अच्छा अब ये बताओ कि आपका वीडियो भी हमें रिकॉर्ड करना हो, आपने एक्सपीरियंस लिया है इसके ऊपर, आपको भी एज एन एक्सपर्ट बुला के यहाँ पे हम आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस को भी इसमें रिकॉर्ड करें. यू विल बी एबल टू डू दैट वन?
So in the coming time, I will be very happy if I am in this program.
Yes, very good. तो जुड़ो आप जो है, प्रिपेयर करो अपने आप को and please convey to us that you are ready at least 1, 2, 3 lectures if you can deliver here. We'll record and it will be useful for the students. Particularly आप जो तैयार करोगे ना वो पॉलिटेक्निक स्टूडेंट्स वाले के हिसाब से जो हिंदी में दिया जा सके.
हाँ सर.
ठीक है?
Yes.
तो ये प्लानिंग भी आप भेजोगे.
Yes, sir. I will coordinate with PVC Jodhpur and will conduct this.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Manish ji, and I thank all the other participants also at PTC Jodhpur.
और कोई PTC वाला और कोई सेशन इन्होंने सीरियसली अटेंड किया.
और कोई पार्टिसिपेंट अगर अपना सेशन देना चाहे तो प्लीज वेलकम. अपना नाम बताइए पहले.
So this is from PTC Jodhpur. If I am interrupting you.
नहीं तो नाम बताइए.
Sir, I am Kush Kumar speaking. I've been teaching this automation computer integrated manufacturing at MIT, Vairakshi Institute at Jodhpur itself. And I feel, first of all, I'd like to give my submission that all of the teachers who presented the lectures and the demonstrations, I like their attitude very much. And they always try to stick to the fundamentals, because sometimes in practicals the observations are very difficult. Sometimes they become very difficult. So I like the attitude of the teachers. And moreover, as Saraj was saying, the board programming portion, even though we had less time for all of the scenario, but the board programming lectures needs more focusing and generalization so that it can be helpful. Rather we can exploit it. And sir, we are having a director sir also with us. So if some work goes in this direction, it will be helpful for everyone in general, sir.
Thank you very much. So you want basically in future programs more time on microcontroller part, right?
Yes, a generalized theory or generalized programming, right. Not particularly it was through a software, but maybe C language.
I understand. Right.
But आपका क्या सब्जेक्ट है? मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग है?
Yes, sir. I am teaching mechanical engineering at private institutions.
Very good.
आपकी लैब कैसी है? लैब में क्या-क्या है आप लोगों के पास में वहाँ पे?
No, sir, we don't have lab so far, but we are taking theory subjects as per the syllabus of Rajasthan Technical University Engineering program.
अच्छा, उसमें लैब नहीं है आपकी ऑटोमेशन की?
No, we don't have lab so far.
माइक्रोकंट्रोलर इन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स वालों के पास में नहीं है माइक्रोकंट्रोलर? नहीं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स
मैकेनिकल डिपार्टमेंट नहीं, दैट इज नॉट.
नो, आपका जो इंस्टीट्यूट है वहाँ पे जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स डिपार्टमेंट है वहाँ पे माइक्रोकंट्रोलर लैब है या नहीं है?
वहाँ पे है सर, ये भी है.
तो वहाँ है तो आप मैकेनिकल के बच्चों को वहाँ क्यों नहीं दिखाते? फिर जो है कम से कम आइडिया तो हो. दामी साहब बताओ.
आप उनको वहाँ भी लेके जा सकते हो. बाकी जैसा आपने कहा कि जनरल पर्पस टेक्निक यूज की जाए, तो ऐसा है कि अगर आप जैसे लैपटॉप सभी के पास होता है तो मैटलैब भी तकरीबन होती है, तो 1100 रुपए में आपको एक आर्डिनो का एक माइक्रोकंट्रोलर मिल जाता है जो कि डायरेक्टली इंटरफेसेबल है मैटलैब के साथ. और इसके अलावा जैसे मैंने कहा आपको उसने सेंसर दिखाए थे क्लास में, तो 400-500 रुपए का एक सेंसर आ जाता है जो कोई कैपेसिटी या इंडक्टर टाइप हो प्रॉक्सिमिटी, और 50-100 रुपए में आप ले सकते हो पोटेंशियोमीटर्स वगैरह, और ऐसे ही आपको छोटी मोटर्स 50-100 रुपए में मिल जाती है. तो बाय स्पेंडिंग अराउंड 2,000-3,000 rupees, you can even 5,000 your department can have a good lab जिसको यूज करके आप अपने स्टूडेंट्स को एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग, अच्छी अंडरस्टैंडिंग दे सकते हैं।
यस सर।
अपने पीटीसी जोधपुर में मोहिल जी भी बैठे हैं।
सर
मोहिल जी नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो आपका शुक्रिया, आपने हमसे कनेक्ट किए इसके लिए। तो आप काइंडली आप भी कुछ कहिए प्रोग्राम के बारे में।
आदरणीय सर, और सभी रेस्पेक्टेड गेस्ट, डिफरेंट स्पीकर्स के के द्वारा जो भी कोर्सेज हमारे यहाँ होते हैं बहुत ही खूबसूरत। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हमें एक्सपर्ट्स बहुत हाई एंड के बहुत ही अच्छी क्वालिटी के एक्सपर्ट्स मिले। पीटीसी का दुर्भाग्य ये है कि हमारे यहाँ एक्सपर्ट को पेमेंट करने के लिए मात्र 500 रुपये होता है डेट मिलती, और उस कारण से हमारा ये होता है कि हम अच्छे एक्सपर्ट किसी के पास जाते हैं, उनको कहते हैं आपको 500 रुपये देंगे, तो कोई एक्सपर्ट हमारे से तैयार नहीं होता। जबकि हमारे यहाँ जोधपुर में IIT भी है और बड़े अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, बिकॉज इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज लेक्चरर्स और प्रोफेसर हैं, वो भी हमारे यहाँ आने से आना चाहते हैं और नहीं आना चाहते। इसका साफ कारण ये है कि जो प्रेजेंट है हमारे यहाँ वो बहुत, तो आप इस प्रकार के कोर्सेज करा करके हमारे टेक्निकल एजुकेशन में बहुत बड़ा भला कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि अगर जब हम क्वालिटी के एक्सपर्ट्स नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तो आपके द्वारा ये प्रभावित ना हो रहा है, इस प्रकार के आप कोर्सेज करवाते हैं, लेकिन हम बहुत अच्छे एक्सपर्ट, और पीटीसी को कोई खर्च नहीं करना पड़ता है इस मामले में। तो मैं तो इस धरती को बहुत एप्रिशिएट करता हूँ, और आपके द्वारा जो किया जा रहा प्रयास है इसकी जितनी सराहना की जाए उतना कम।
थैंक यू वेरी मच
मोहन साहब। मेरा एक कहना था, आपको अगर फील होता है कि वहाँ मतलब आपके टीटीसी के नॉर्म्स के हिसाब से कम पेमेंट दे पा रहे हैं, माय सजेशन इज इवन यू इनवाइट दोज एक्सपर्ट्स ऑन आवर बिहाफ। ऐसे एक्सपर्ट्स जो IIT के वहाँ पे हैं या एनी कॉलेज में सीनियर टीचर्स हैं, यू फील दे कैन डू जस्टिस विद दिस सब्जेक्ट, even we can invite them there itself as an expert, वो वहीं से deliver करते हैं, remaining centers will be listening, and whatever our norms are there according to those norms we'll pay to them. So money should not be the constraint. आज इतना देश के पास पैसा है, कम से कम शिक्षा के लिए तो अच्छे शिक्षकों के लिए है, ये मान के चलो आप। So इस बंधन में आप नहीं बंधे, ऐसा मैकेनिज्म डिवाइस करें। Now ICT is being connected, it is being used anywhere, any person, any time it can be used. So please prepare one list of good experts and invite them there itself. If it is, I mean, sometimes if it is possible, you please request them to send to Chandigarh also. From here itself we can request them to deliver the lectures. तो इस बंधन से किसी तरह से तरीके निकालें इसमें, जिससे अपन बाहर आ सकते हैं।
तो ये तो बहुत खुशी की बात है, अगर ऐसा पॉसिबल है तो मैं यहाँ पे जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनकी उसको लिस्ट बना दूँ, उनकी जो भी क्वालिफिकेशन और एक्सपर्टाइज है उसके बारे में जब भी आप कोर्स प्लान करें पहले हम परमिशन ले लें, जैसे हम ये कोर्स प्लान कर रहे हैं और इसके अंदर आपको इतना एक्सपर्ट का पेमेंट देना है। अगर ये पॉसिबल होता है सर इतनी गति लेकर, तो ये तो सबसे अच्छा काम हो जाए।
बताओ
मोहन साहब, आप पूरा कोर्स प्लान करिए वहीं पे।
हाँ,
रेंज एक्सपर्ट्स वी विल फाइनेंस दैट प्रोग्राम एज पर आवर नॉर्म्स। आप पूरा कोर्स प्लान कर लीजिए, यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी प्लान कर लीजिए, एक्सपर्ट्स भी प्लान कर लीजिए। हमारा एक आदमी आके यहाँ पे कोऑर्डिनेट कर लेगा और हम पेमेंट वगैरह सारी कर देंगे यहाँ।
हाँ, आप मैं पावला साहब के शब्दों को वापिस रिपीट करता हूँ। पावला साहब ये कह रहे हैं कि you are having experts there, you are having participants there, you please plan. Payment will make from here, one coordinator from Chandigarh will be coming there for 5 days. आप तो सारी चीजें प्लान कर लो, जो भी एक्सपेंडिचर्स है नीट चंडीगढ़ विल पे, फॉरगेट अबाउट 500, 1000, 2000 विल पे। आप ऐसा कोऑर्डिनेट करके एटलीस्ट ये इंश्योर करें कि 30 पार्टिसिपेंट्स तो हों, जिससे अपना जो एक्सपर्ट्स भी आए एक ठीक सा लगे, जो है उनको ये भी लगे कि जो खर्चा कर रहे हैं उसका एक सा उपयोग हो रहा है।
2-3 प्रोग्राम प्लान करके भेजें हम तब।
यस, आप इसी साल के 2-3 प्लान कर लें। आप जो 31 दिसंबर तक के प्रोग्राम, प्लीज सेंड दैट लिस्ट टू आवर इनको डिपार्टमेंट। Professor Pavla is coordinating that department, is heading that department. Please send that list and उसको अप्रूव करके भेज देंगे, आपको जो है प्लान कर लो।
सर बिल्कुल ध्यान रखेंगे।
वेरी गुड, वंडरफुल, ठीक है, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मोहल जी। हेलो सर, बात ले आते हैं। अच्छा, रियात इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, रेल माजरा।
Yes, sir. Overall session was good.
सर आप आपका नाम बताइए पहले प्लीज।
My name is Dr. Ramesh Shankar sir, Dr. R. Kashyap.
डॉक्टर राठ साहब, हाँ जी बोलिए।
सर मुझे लगता है कि जब इंजीनियर हैं एंड इंजीनियरिंग में दो क्या होते हैं, वन इज एप्लीकेशन पार्ट, अनदर इज कोर पार्ट। एप्लीकेशन इज ओके, कोर में हम लोग डिजाइनिंग, हाउ टू राइट ए सोर्स कोड, हाउ टू डिजाइन सर्किट, हाउ टू रन आईसी, समथिंग लाइक दैट। मुझे लगता है कि हमें उस तरफ भी थोड़ा कंसंट्रेट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी हम लोग बीटेक हैं, एमटेक हैं, ये चीजें हमारी बुक्स में भी हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं ऑलरेडी, हम दे आर इन बीटेक फर्स्ट ईयर, थर्ड ईयर, फाइनल ईयर में भी। मुझे लगता है कि हमें कंसंट्रेट करना चाहिए थोड़ा प्रोग्रामिंग को लेके, किसी पर्टिकुलर एरिया में जाके, जैसे मेथड पे काम किया, सोके रोबोटिक्स पे है या फिर एम्बेडेड पे है या आर्टोस पे है, you have to concentrate more focus on programming area also. As we are looking application part, that is good, but और में भी कुछ हम लोगों को कोडिंग की तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए।
तो ऐसा करेंगे, हम एक कोई ऐसा प्रोग्राम प्लान कर लेंगे जिसमें हम ज्यादा अटेंशन है उस पार्ट को। तो दोस्तों ने भी कहा था कि माइक्रो कंट्रोलर की बात की थी, तो आपने भी सिमिलर बात की है, तो मैं कैसा प्रोग्रामिंग प्लान कर लेंगे कोलैबोरेशन
कोडिंग सिर्फ कोडिंग।
सॉरी, आई एम नॉट गेटिंग यू सर, सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
हाँ, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि जैसा आपने सजेस्ट किया है कि प्रोग्रामिंग के ऊपर ज्यादा फोकस किया जाए, तो हम फ्यूचर में भी प्रोग्राम प्लान कर लेंगे आपसे सजेशन लेके, तो जिसमें कि हम इसको आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो पूरी हो सके।
कोडिंग के पास हो सकता है कि सिर्फ कोडिंग हो सकता है ना, वो अभी तक अपन ने नहीं कराया था कोडिंग पे। सिर्फ अपन बिहार कर सकते हैं, तो कोडिंग पे एक 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम जो
एप्लीकेशन एरिया लेके
वो भी क्या है। ओके, थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू। एनी अदर पार्टिसिपेंट फ्रॉम रियात इंस्टीट्यूट? ओके, थैंक यू।
नो सर, थैंक यू सर।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब, डॉक्टर कैसे, थैंक यू। अरे जेईसी जयपुर, जेईसी जयपुर,
ज्यादा कवर हो रहा है हमारा।
एक्सटर्नल बाय कोड कर दीजिए सिस्टम के पास बात करना। आप ये फाइल इनबॉक्स कीजिए, इसको ऑफ कर दीजिए, और जो आपके लैपटॉप का या माइक है उसको यूज कीजिए। आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
जी सर। आप चेयर लेके बैठ जाइए लैपटॉप के पास और वहां से थोड़ा बात कीजिए। आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही हम तक। चलो कोई बात, और सेंटर है तो आप दूसरे कोर्स के भी आप कर लेंगे।
Well, friends, I think now the nodal centers for the program on effective curriculum implementation are also connected now, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just brief you that we have done this 5 days program on effective curriculum implementation, and there were 6 centers which were connected from Hisar, from Lucknow, Mewat, Mohali, that is Gyan Jyoti, and Government Polytechnic Bikaner and Thapar Polytechnic Patiala. In these 5 days, we have covered various aspects related to curriculum implementation, starting from challenges of technical education, which was covered by none other than Professor Punia himself, and then an overview of curriculum process, where we covered the need analysis and curriculum design aspects. We had sessions on effective curriculum implementation, effective classroom communication, student evaluation, curriculum monitoring and evaluation, project planning, organizing and evaluation, resource management, NSQF, networking with the industry, and personality development. These are the topics which were covered by the various experts and our own faculty also in these 5 days. And we can now actually take the feedback from the various centers which were connected with us. Maybe we can start with one of the centers is who were very, very active was Integral University Lucknow. उनका sound system भी ठीक था. Integral University Lucknow. We would like to have your feedback about the program. Some of the participants will come near the laptop and give your feedback, please. At Integral University Lucknow, please. हाँ जी, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है लखनऊ में? निशान जी, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है? I will request somebody from Lucknow University to please come near the camera and give your feedback about the 5 days program which we have attended. Maybe 1 or 2 participants. हाँ जी. नहीं उनका जो क्लासरूम का ना फेसबुक तरफ है, कैमरा में दूसरी तरफ लगाया हुआ है. They have to walk up to the camera. बहुत काफी एक्टिविटी कर सकते हैं और उनको हम वर्क करके भी भेजेंगे. We can go to some other center maybe in the meantime. अच्छा, okay. No, I have announced them not to go for the lunch break, but still. But anyway, we can go to Gyan Jyoti group of VCG Mohali. Gyan Jyoti, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है? Please request 1 or 2 participants to come over the mic. Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Is it audible?
Yes. Kindly introduce yourself and then give the feedback, please.
Yeah, so myself Vikram Singh from Gyan Jyoti Group of Institution, and sir, it is a very good learning experience from this ICT based program and effective implementation. And we covered the various topics like challenges of technical education, effective curriculum, in the education skill student evaluation, like networking with the industry for curriculum implementation, which definitely help us for the future development, because accordingly curriculum has the potential to have a dramatic effect on student achievement and teachers quality. With when teachers truly learn to use a highly effective curriculum, they learn about how to teach a particular subject and have ready-made lessons and material organized in a development sequence that promotes the students' learning. This is the feedback from Sir Gyanjyoti for this effective curriculum program session.
We will have to have the feedback from maybe one or two more participants. I am seeing Dr. Neeraj is also there, or Dr. Kapil Mehta is there. Anybody?
Yes, sir.
हाँ कपिल जी आप कुछ feedback देना चाहेंगे?
Yeah, this is fine, sir. This is a collective feedback from all of the participants from the Gyanjyoti, sir.
Okay. We would like to listen some suggestions from your side. The contents were good, everything was fine. What are your suggestions for effective implementation of curriculum? What are your thoughts?
Basically, sir, such type of FDVs must be organized in the future so that we can grow not personally but professionally in our respective field. So our suggestion is to that teachers basically teach technical concepts. So if we can add this some practical.
सर को जो भी फ्री हैं यहाँ आ जाए एक बार.
Yeah,
okay. My question is, the curriculum which you people are having, who developed that curriculum? In Gyanjyoti, the subject or the content which you people are delivering, who developed that curriculum?
Basically, teachers who develop the curriculum, that is definitely effective for the students.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि आपके पास जो सिलेबस बन के आता है, करिकुलम बन के आता है, वो कौन बनाता है? आप क्या सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हो? What subject you are
basically? हाँ जी सर आई एम फ्रॉम कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट. अभी जो सर हम लोगों ने फीडबैक दिया वो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट का कलेक्टिव फीडबैक है सर.
नहीं, मैं फीडबैक की नहीं पूछ रहा, फॉरगेट अबाउट फीडबैक. मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग में क्या सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हो आप?
कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग में डेटा स्ट्रक्चर सर. देयर आर मेनी सब्जेक्ट्स अकॉर्डिंग.
कोई बात नहीं, फॉरगेट अबाउट मेनी सब्जेक्ट. आई एम सेइंग द सब्जेक्ट व्हिच यू आर टीचिंग, उसका सिलेबस किसने बनाया हुआ है? आपने अपने आप बनाया है या किसने बनाया है आपको?
सर वो सिलेबस यूनिवर्सिटी डिफाइंड है सर.
कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी डिफाइन करके भेजा है? किस यूनिवर्सिटी?
दैट इज पंजाब टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी जलंधर.
पंजाब टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी जलंधर ने बना के भेजा. पहले तो आप ये बताओ कि जो आपको उन्होंने सिलेबस बना के भेजा हुआ उससे सेटिस्फाइड हो क्या आप? जो है उन्होंने कभी 3 साल पहले, 4 साल पहले, 5 साल पहले पढ़ाया एंड नाउ यू आर टीचिंग इन 2015, आर यू सेटिस्फाइड विद दैट करिकुलम?
हाँ जी सर, एक्चुअली सर ऐसा है कि मतलब अगर जो सिलेबस है वो बहुत ही पुराना है, लाइक 2003 2004 सिलेबस अगर हम पढ़ाते हैं तो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज काफी आ जाती हैं जिसमें कि बच्चे जो हैं वो थोड़ा पुराना पढ़ते रहते हैं, नहीं कि उनको नॉलेज नहीं हो पाती है. रिसेंटली अगर मैं सर अपने ही कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट की बात करूं तो 2012 में सर हमारा जो है वो सिलेबस रिवाइज हुआ है. आफ्टर 2012 अभी 2015 चल रहा है, उसके बाद कोई रिवीजन्स नहीं हुई हैं. तो अभी हमें सर क्या एज पर द यूनिवर्सिटी करिकुलम पुराना तो पढ़ाना पड़ता ही है, लेकिन अगर नया कंसेप्ट कोई बच्चा अगर पूछ लेता है तो हमें उसके रिगार्डिंग भी बच्चे को अपडेट करना पड़ता है बेसिकली. तो सेटिस्फेक्शन सर हो भी जाती है, नहीं भी, बिकॉज सर एज यू नो टेक्नोलॉजी धीरे धीरे अपना चांस बढ़ाती रहती है.
तो अब ये कह रहे हो आप कि जो करिकुलम है उससे आप सेटिस्फाई नहीं है क्योंकि पुराना है. कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग में तो हर चीज हर टाइम चेंज होती रहती है.
हाँ जी, हर टाइम चेंज होती है. हाँ जी सर, मतलब मिड एसी है बिकॉज सर नया पढ़ने के लिए भी पुराने की जरूरत है. एज यू नो कि बेसिक चीजें भी होनी बड़ी जरूरी हैं. तो बेसिक तो बच्चे एज पर द क्यूरिकुलम पढ़ते ही पढ़ते हैं. बाकी सर अगर मेजर प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं कुछ इस तरीके से आता है तो बच्चे साथ साथ नए का भी एनवायरमेंट क्रिएट करते हैं सर.
तो अगर करिकुलम पुराना है तो उसका इम्प्लीमेंट इफेक्टिव कैसे हो सकता है?
हाँ जी,
10 साल पहले की पुरानी चीजें हैं और कितना इफेक्टिवली करा दो वो तो पुरानी ही रहेगी चीजें. उसका इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन क्या हो सकता है?
हाँ बट सर जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने थ्रू आउट द ओवरऑल 5 days प्रोग्राम आपसे गाइडलाइंस ली है सारी, तो हम लोग इस कुछ और नए कंसेप्ट इसके अंदर ऐड कर इसे और भी इफेक्टिव बना सकते हैं सर एज पर योर गाइडलाइंस.
See, we have given you inputs on the project work, for example. In the project work, you have the opportunity where you can expose the student to the recent and current practices which are being followed in the industry. After having undergone, even if you have the old syllabus, I would say that you must change the syllabus on continuous basis. But even if you have no authority to change the syllabus, in the activities like project work, in the assignments, in many other areas, you can actually expose the student to current practices also. This is
हाँ
what
जी
we have
बिल्कुल
guided.
सर बिल्कुल. In the similar way we are also doing that in the type of assignments, class tests, major projects. We can ensure the students to get into the new advancements of the technology also, sir.
Yeah, we need not actually limit ourselves only to the, actually any curriculum is only a very broad guidelines only. That doesn't limit us to teach what is happening now.
जी सर.
तो आपको ज्यादातर टाइम बात करनी है क्लास में दैट इज बियॉन्ड सिलेबस. तो यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो गाइडलाइंस दे दी उनको तो ठीक आप इंट्रोड्यूस करिए. ये ऊपर आपको लगता है बिकॉज थिंग्स आर वेरी ओल्ड एंड एवरीथिंग अकॉर्डिंग टू द नीड्स इट इज चेंजिंग वेरी रैपिडली. आप उस पे भी डिपेंडेंट मत रहिए जो यूनिवर्सिटी ने दे रखा है, क्योंकि बच्चे को इस चीज से लेना देना नहीं है कि यूनिवर्सिटी ने कब बनाया, यूनिवर्सिटी जो है कौन बनाने वाले हैं, उससे नहीं. बच्चे को इंडस्ट्री में जाके काम करना है. Even he doesn't know what university is, who are there to devise this syllabus, curriculum, everything. He knows the teacher who teaching them. और ये टीचर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि जितने परिवर्तन आ रहे हैं फर्स्ट अपने आप को अपडेट करें. तो नीट चंडीगढ़, what नीट चंडीगढ़ is doing basically, these people are updating you in your contents also. कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग में डेटा स्ट्रक्चर में आज लेटेस्ट क्या है वो हम काम करते हैं. तो प्लीज अटेंड दोस कोर्सेज ऑल्सो. आप फ्रेंड्स को लेटेस्ट से जो है रूबरू करा सकें.
Sure sir, sure.
And also the responsibility of the teachers again to give feedback to the. In university में there is no many experts in every area. For example, if there are 30 disciplines, university may not have the 30 experts, 30 discipline experts in that with them. You have to give them feedback that so and so syllabus has to be changed, so and so curriculum has to be changed. That feedback has to go from the individual teachers to the university or to the board who is responsible for the curriculum design.
हाँ जी सर बिल्कुल. Thank you so much sir.
Can we go to Thapar Polytechnic College now? Yes ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम. अपना नाम बताइए पहले, फिर अपना फीडबैक दीजिए प्रॉब्लम के बारे में.
Sir, I am Tarandeep from Computer Science.
Okay.
Yes sir, your whole program was very much innovative and we have learned many things. Your last session of networking with the industry, that was very much innovative. We will try to implement such a program in our college. So,
आपके हिसाब से इस प्रोग्राम में और क्या होना चाहिए था जिससे आपको ज्यादा बेनिफिट होता?
तो मेन तो सर इंडस्ट्री का है कि इंडस्ट्री अगर आके अप्रोच करती है कॉलेज को तो वी कैन सेंड आवर स्टूडेंट्स टू द इंडस्ट्री.
अगर इंडस्ट्री हमसे अप्रोच करती है तो क्या प्लेसमेंट के लिए या किसके लिए?
प्लेसमेंट के लिए नहीं, फॉर द ट्रेनिंग पर्पस.
जो प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम्स है वो शेयर करें ज्यादा.
तो सर आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही.
नहीं, हम तो बोल ही नहीं रहे. आवाज नहीं आएगी, कैसी आएगी आवाज? तो हम तो आपको सुनना चाहते हैं. पहले इंडस्ट्री की क्या बात कह रहे थे आप? इट्स नॉट क्लियर.
वी वांट इंडस्ट्री to contact the colleges for the for training purposes, for either 6-week training or for the 6-month training, for any purpose.
ओके ठीक है. इंडस्ट्री का ज्यादा इन्वॉल्वमेंट होना चाहिए आप लोग करें इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ में पर्टिकुलर ट्रेनिंग के लिए, जिससे बच्चों को एक्सपोजर बेटर.
ट्रेनिंग लगा के आते हैं, दे गो टू द इंस्टीट्यूट्स में उनको सब कुछ एक्सपीरियंस नहीं मिलता. So we want industry to get linked to college for experience of the.
आप लोग नई बिल्डिंग में शिफ्ट हो गए क्या?
Yes sir.
नई बिल्डिंग में शिफ्ट हो गए हैं. आपकी लैब्स भी काफी अच्छी है, काफी अच्छा एक्सपोजर वहाँ पे मिल रहा है. फिर भी चंडीगढ़ में कुछ हैंड्स ऑन प्रैक्टिस करवाते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स की ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं. इवन यू पीपल कैन स्पॉन्सर सम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स आल्सो टू नीट चंडीगढ़. आप लोग देख लीजिए वेब पोर्टल पे हमारे कुछ एरिया जिसमें हम लोग ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं. नीट चंडीगढ़ इज आल्सो जस्ट लाइक इंडस्ट्री, जहाँ सिर्फ भी कुछ हाथ से काम करवाने की या सोचने के लिए मजबूर होती है जो भी संस्थान, दैट इज इंडस्ट्री. तो आप यहाँ के लिए भी जो है कुछ बच्चों को यू पीपल कैन स्पॉन्सर.
सरजीत, एक क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, अगर आपको आवाज़ आ रही है मेरी तो। आपने ये प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया ऑन करिकुलम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। कैन यू शेयर विद अस के जो आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन में और स्पेसिफिकली आपके डिपार्टमेंट में आर देयर सर्टेन पर्टिकुलर एरियाज जहाँ पे देयर इज स्कोप फॉर इम्प्रूवमेंट और जिससे आपका करिकुलम और अच्छे ढंग से आप इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाओ? तो कुछ पैरामीटर्स हैं वो आप हमारे साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं जहाँ पे इम्प्रूवमेंट हो सकती है?
मैम आपका माइक ऑफ है। यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल।
मैडम अपना माइक को ऑन कर लीजिए। पहले पहले आपकी आवाज आ रही थी, अभी आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी।
हेलो हेलो,
यस बोलिए, आप बोलिए, इट्स क्लियर।
मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा था।
आपकी आवाज हमें आ रही है, बिल्कुल अच्छे से आवाज आ रही है, आप बोलिए।
हाँ सरजीत, हमारा ये क्वेश्चन था कि आपने ये प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया है एंड आई जस्ट वांटेड यू टू शेयर कि कुछ ऐसा पैरामीटर्स हैं, कुछ ऐसे एरियाज हैं इन योर इंस्टीट्यूट और इन योर डिपार्टमेंट कि जिनमें इम्प्रूवमेंट लाई जाए तो आपका करिकुलम आप अच्छे ढंग से इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे।
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. We are from Government Polytechnic College, Bikaner.
ओके बोलिए सर।
ओके सर, हम कनेक्ट हो गए आपसे?
हाँ कनेक्टेड है आप। पहले अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस करिए फिर बताइए।
यस सर, वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज बीकानेर सर। I myself Dr. Virpal Singh, lecturer in chemistry. Sir.
Yes sir.
Okay, sir, we enjoy the program you deliver from Chandigarh based on ICT based program on effective curriculum implementation, and several lecture deliver about the how to effectively implement the curriculum. For example, curriculum development process, knowledge management, curriculum monitoring, and how to evaluation, quality assurance in technical education, how to increase the personality development of the student, challenges of the technical education. So these lecture delivered from your center, we all people enjoy and learn a lot about how to effectively implement the curriculum so that our students come out from the college, how can they get the better job, how can they face the present challenges of the recruitment.
डॉक्टर साहब, मैं आपसे ये फीडबैक लेना चाहता था, आपको यहाँ पे रिसेप्शन वगैरह क्लियर आ रही है?
यस सर, लेकिन अभी तो क्लियर है सर, बट थोड़ा बहुत हमने ऑडियो वीडियो दोनों के अंदर थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम।
So was it clear throughout the program? ये 4-5 दिन जो आपका प्रोग्राम आपने ठीक ढंग से आपकी रिसेप्शन रही, आवाज वगैरह पिक्चर सब कुछ क्लियर है?
सर लास्ट 2-3 डेज में हमने थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम महसूस किया अबाउट द ऑडियो वीडियो बहुत क्वालिटी के अंदर, तो वी जस्ट वांट it should be better from your side sir. I think it is from your center sir.
आपने फर्स्ट टाइम,
यस सर,
आप लोग फर्स्ट टाइम कनेक्ट हुए या पहले भी कनेक्ट हुए थे महिला पॉलिटेक्निक?
महिला बॉयज दोनों पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज थे यहाँ पे सर, और भी बाहर से भी कुछ आए।
ओके ओके, ये दोनों थे एक साथ ही थे? दोनों एक साथ। मेनी टाइम दे बीन
गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक नहीं, ये पहली बार
गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज and women government polytechnic college, both colleges are participating in this program sir.
They both are participating, but separately they are participating, or at one place they are? One place.
At one place sir.
At one place, okay. Okay. तो बताएं अब, ये तो एक ठीक है, आपको कई बार बीच में डिस्टर्बेंस हुआ, यही प्रोग्राम आप नीट चंडीगढ़ में आके अटेंड करते, तो आपके हिसाब से क्या बेनिफिट होते?
बेनिफिट निश्चित रूप से वहाँ पे भी होते हैं और यहाँ हम कर रहे हैं तो यहाँ पे भी हमें बेनिफिट लग रहे हैं, तो वी cannot say at any cost of our center and cost of Chandigarh अगर वहाँ आप हमें बुलाते और ज्वाइन करते तो वहाँ के कुछ पॉइंट्स हमें अच्छे, हमारे लिए अच्छे होते, और अब यहाँ कर रहे हैं तो यहाँ के भी कुछ पॉइंट्स हैं जो हमें प्लस पॉइंट है हमारे लिए, और हम अच्छे से अच्छे उनको अटेंड कर रहे हैं, तो लॉट ऑफ पॉइंट्स आर।
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि एक आईसीटी के थ्रू प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं, कॉन्टेक्ट मोड में जब आप आके यहाँ पे अटेंड करते थे या हमारे टीचर जाके वहाँ पे करवाते थे, एक तो वो मैकेनिज्म था, अनदर थ्रू आईसीटी वी आर कंडक्टिंग। तो क्या मन में आपको लगता है कि कुछ इसमें जो है कमी रह रही है आईसीटी की वजह से, जो हमें पूरा मिल पाता, टीचर सामने होता, क्लास टीचिंग, उसमें कुड हैव बीन समथिंग डिफरेंट, ऐसा लगता है क्या?
Yes sir, I want to say some points sir. Okay. वहाँ पर कम्युनिकेशन मैक्सिमम होता, सो इफेक्टिव लर्निंग होती सर, डायरेक्ट लर्निंग और कम्युनिकेशन होता है, तो देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ पॉइंट्स वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड बाय फेशियल जेस्चर्स, डायरेक्ट कांटेक्ट, डायरेक्ट इंटरेक्शन। हियर इट इज अ ऑनलाइन इंटरेक्शन सर, बट we cannot deny that today we are in this age, and coming days we are again digital age, so we have to face this challenges, and we have to learn a lot of by this online mode sir. So we cannot go to back from direct teaching होगी तभी ज़्यादा सीखेंगे, we have to face this challenge, we have to learn a lot of through digital mode.
ओके चलो, मेरा एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपसे कि ये प्रोग्राम आपने अटेंड करने से पहले इफेक्टिव करिकुलम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का मतलब ये है कि आप जो चीज पढ़ाते हो वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चों के समझ में कैसे आए, इट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ दिस वन। तो आपने ये प्रोग्राम नहीं अटेंड किया हुआ था, अब आपने अटेंड कर लिया, एंड मंडे यू विल बी गोइंग इन द क्लास और टुमारो सैटरडे यू विल बी गोइंग इन द क्लास। आप अपने आप में क्या चेंज पाएंगे कि आप इसको इफेक्टिवली बच्चों तक पहुंचा पाएंगे? ऐसा क्या परिवर्तन आपको लग रहा है अपने आप में?
Sir, first of all, I myself prepare well to enter in the class. Not only the subject matter content based subject content. I myself prepare well. I should be well dressed. I should be updated knowledge concerning the topic. I should be draw a framework about the subject content that is I'm going to deliver a lecture. So there is a lot of change in my self-confidence.
Very
yes sir.
ठीक है, wonderful.
Can we go to one more sentence, madam? Now maybe
यहाँ से कोई और है, यहाँ से कोई टीचर
हम बीकानेर से भी और फीडबैक देना चाहते हैं।
Yes, we are here.
Yes.
Sir, this is Integral. This is Zishan from Integral University.
हाँ जी, हम आप सबसे पहले आपके पास क्या थे? Now you can give us the feedback.
Sir, बस actually we are planning for 2 PM, but थोड़ा हम लोग को information नहीं मिल पाई. Sir, but by the overall function ये ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा रहा, और इसमें कई सारे renowned speakers से हमें कई चीज़ें जानने को मिली regarding NAAC criteria, NBA criteria, and other skills like communication skills, soft skills, how to manage our human resource, and other things. So I think as a local coordinator here, I feel this program is very successful, and हम और जल्दी से जल्दी और भी ऐसे प्रोग्राम का ऑर्गेनाइज करना चाहेंगे।
दिशान जी, एक हमें फीडबैक दीजिए कि आप फर्स्ट टाइम आपने एक आईसीटी वाला प्रोग्राम हो रहा है आपके? Is it the first time that this program is being organized?
So pardon sir, सर आपकी आवाज थोड़ी क्लियर नहीं आ रही है।
क्या ये आईसीटी बेस्ड प्रोग्राम है? ये फर्स्ट टाइम आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन में हुआ है?
सर दिस इज आई थिंक सेकंड टाइम। पहले एक बार हो चुका है रिगार्डिंग इसमें एग्रीकल्चर, हमारे एग्रीकल्चर इंस्टीट्यूट में के कोलैबोरेशन से हो चुका है एक बार। मे बी इट इज इन टाइम ऑफ मे।
ओके, आपके रिसेप्शन आपके ठीक आ रही है? पिक्चर क्वालिटी, साउंड क्वालिटी?
सर क्वालिटी साउंड की ओके है, और आई थिंक योर ऑडियो जो आपका लेक्चर थिएटर है वहां से हमें ज्यादा बेटर क्वालिटी साउंड की मिल रही थी अभी इस करंटली आपकी इस कंपैरिजन में।
ओके ओके, चलो चलो, अब एक चीज आप बताओ कि आप लोगों ने ये 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया, वेरी सिंसियरली और प्रोफेसर्स वर कन्वेइंग दैट योर टीम वाज वेरी सिंसियर, टीचर्स वर वेरी सिंसियर। जस्ट मैं एक लाइन में पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपका ये प्रोग्राम अटेंड करने के बाद how the efficiency of yours will be increasing, and not efficiency, I'm saying effectiveness of yours will be increasing, कि आपको जो 55-50 मिनट का टाइम मिलता है स्टूडेंट्स के साथ इनसाइड द क्लास, how your utilization is better as compared to some 5 days back which you had। आपका अपना काम करने का तरीका, स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाने के तरीके में, और स्टूडेंट्स का पढ़ाने का तरीका मतलब उनको जो समझ में आए उसमें आपकी क्या परफॉर्मेंस में इंप्रूवमेंट होगा, दैट एग्जैक्टली व्हाट आई वाज आस्किंग।
Sir, I personally I got a very important point from this interactive lecture। इसमें एक कम्युनिकेशन स्किल की स्पीकर थे, forgot her name। She said she make a हमें एक टास्क दिया उन्होंने जिसमें कि वो रेक्टेंगल एंड सर्कल बनाना था, एंड सॉरी टू से आई हैव ड्रॉ इट रॉन्ग। सो जबकि उन्होंने ये फिर बताया कि दिस इज द वैल्यू ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, कि आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा कि मैं एज ए टीचर क्या बोल रहा हूँ और मेरे स्टूडेंट तक वो किस फॉर्म में पहुंच रहा है। सो इसका इवेल्युएशन बहुत ज़रूरी है, एंड आई फील इट, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। और अभी मैंने अपने इस ड्यूरिंग दिस प्रोग्राम स्टूडेंट से कुछ बात भी की थी, तो उसमें मुझे पता लगा कि कुछ स्टूडेंट ये कहते हैं कि सर आपसे जैसे पूछने में मुझे हेजिटेशन भी होती थी, कभी डर भी लगता है, तो मैंने कहा सर आपको डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। तो ये पॉइंट मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा जो मैम ने उठाया, और पर्सनली मैं इसको ज़रूर आगे अपनी टीचिंग में इनकॉर्पोरेट करूँगा।
अच्छा, कि आप जो कहें उससे वो सर्किल गलत नहीं बनाए या रेक्टेंगुलर गलत नहीं बनाए, आप इसको इम्प्रूव करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि जो आप बात कह रहे हो बच्चा वही समझे, आपकी जो बात के मायने हैं वो के वही मायने बच्चे तक जाने चाहिए, उसको मिस इंटरप्रेट नहीं करे या जल्दबाजी नहीं करे, उस चीज को सुनने में या डिसीजन लेने में जल्दबाजी नहीं करे, यही मतलब हुआ?
यस यस, दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट टू से।
कितने टीचर्स ने अटेंड किया ये प्रोग्राम?
सॉरी,
आपके यहाँ से कितने टीचर्स ने ये प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया?
सर टोटल
टीचर्स
सर 69
टीचर्स ने अटेंड किया।
यस,
ग्रेट। अच्छा, आप लोगों को नीटर के बारे में और आइडिया है, ये संस्थान क्या करती है नीटर चंडीगढ़?
सर वी हैव हमें इसका हमने हमारे कैंपस में एक बार पहले भी प्रोग्राम हो चुका है, और इंटरेक्ट आईसीटी बेस्ड ही हुआ था, और इससे पहले भी हमें पता था, लेकिन ये इंटरेक्शन पर्सनली मेरा एज ए कोऑर्डिनेटर पहली बार आपसे हो रहा है।
वेरी गुड। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि हमारा एक ऑपरेशन प्लान है जो वेब पोर्टल पे पड़ा हुआ है, उसके बारे में पता है कि साल में हम करीब 350 से लेके 450 तक प्रोग्राम्स कराते हैं, और एक प्रोग्राम एक वीक का है। उन प्रोग्राम्स के बारे में भी आइडिया है कि कंप्यूटर इंजीनियरिंग के प्रोग्राम भी हैं, सिविल के भी हैं, मैकेनिकल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट के हैं, करिकुलम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के हैं, इंस्ट्रक्शन प्लानिंग के हैं, डिलीवरी के हैं, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स पे। ये प्रोग्राम्स के बारे में आपको आइडिया है कि नीटर चंडीगढ़ कब कब ये प्रोग्राम कराता है, और अगर आप लोगों को हमसे कनेक्ट होना हो तो उसके तरीके क्या है, कैसे आपको जो है नीटर चंडीगढ़ से जुड़ना है?
सर ये इसके बारे में अभी मुझे आइडिया नहीं है।
तो आपको हमारी नीटर चंडीगढ़ की वेबसाइट पे जाना है, इट इज nitttr.csd.in वेबसाइट पे जाना है, एंड ऑन दी वेबसाइट देयर इज आवर ऑपरेशन प्लान, जिसमें सारे साल के हमारे कार्यकलाप जो हैं ऑल आर अपलोडेड ऑन दैट वन। जस्ट यू हैव टू क्लिक, एंड कंसर्न कोऑर्डिनेटर्स के भी नाम दिए हुए हैं, उनके फोन नंबर, उनके मेल, एवरीथिंग इज देयर। Just you have to mail and immediately we'll be responding कि आपको हम किस तरह से कनेक्ट करते हैं। Even we people are paying to you। हम जो आपने 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम अटेंड किया है उसके लिए आपके रेकरिंग एक्सपेंडिचर्स, आपके जो कोऑर्डिनेटर वहाँ पे हैं उनके लिए we are paying। दूसरी बात ये है कि जो ये 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम हुआ है, करीब 13-14 लेक्चर्स इसके अंदर हुए हैं। ऑल दी लेक्चर्स विल बी अवेलेबल ऑन यूट्यूब। जैसे ही आप प्रोफेसर ए बी गुप्ता साहब का नाम लिखेंगे उसके ऊपर, या प्रोफेसर सिंगला का नाम लिखेंगे, ऑन जस्ट ऑन गूगल यू गो एंड पुट प्रोफेसर पी के सिंगला, दी वीडियोज विल बी अवेलेबल। आपको गूगल पे ही आपको दिख जाएंगे। सो दोज में बी यूजफुल फॉर योर टीचर्स एंड जो कंसर्न इंजीनियरिंग एरिया के हैं, वो स्टूडेंट्स के भी आपके काम के हैं। So utilize that one, and in addition to this one, we are having our own web portal related videos with NCTEL. Is Neetar Chandigarh learning, just like NPTEL, that is Government of India scheme. In the same fashion, we people have created our own web portal, और उसके ऊपर सारे के सारे वीडियो जो है अवेलेबल है, उनको भी पॉपुलराइज करवाइए बच्चों के अंदर, क्योंकि हमारा सदुपयोग तभी होगा जब ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों के पास हम जा पाएंगे।
सर अभी तो हमने सिर्फ 69 टीचर्स के लिए ही हम मैनेज कर पाए, क्योंकि क्लासेस भी चल रही हैं, और हम ये चाहेंगे कि ये रिक्वेस्ट भी हमारी है कि जो लेक्चर्स एक्सपर्ट के हुए, अगर उनकी हमें सीडी मिल जाए, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि वो डाउनलोड वो नहीं अलाउ हो रहा है गूगल पे, तो अगर इसकी हमें सीडी या डीवीडी मिल जाए तो हम बाकी वक्त निकाल के बाकी सारे टीचर्स को भी ये दिखा सकते हैं, तो उन सबको भी फायदा होगा।
जो डाउनलोड नहीं अलाउ होने की तो बात ही नहीं है। डाउनलोड करने के लिए आपका जो सॉफ्टवेयर उसका नाम क्या है? यूट्यूब डाउनलोड पे जैसे ही जाएंगे आप, जो है यूट्यूब डाउनलोड जैसे ही करेंगे आपका वो वीडियो डाउनलोड होगा, एंड इवन फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड्स में डाउनलोड हो जाएगा पूरा 1 घंटे का वीडियो जो है।
कई बार इंस्टीट्यूट में ना अपने इंटरनेट,
अच्छा, आपके लोग किया हुआ हो, वहाँ पे इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, तो आपका एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर जो है, इंटरनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर है, उसको कहो कि ये जो नीटर चंडीगढ़ के जो वीडियोज हैं उनको अलाउ करे डाउनलोड होने के लिए, अदरवाइज वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर रोक देता है।
Yes.
वो आपको वहीं से ओपन करवाना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज जो है जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, आप लोगों को इस तरह की प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी।
And maybe if you look at our operational plan, there are other number of programs also by our department and by other department, by our department and other departments also. We can again do the program for you again on ICT mode, or maybe on personally also by visiting your institute, and you can have the next batch of teachers also trained for that. I think we can go to one more institute, maybe at Hisar. Hisar में बात कर सकते हैं। Yes, विनीत कुमार गोयल जी, आप बताइए प्रोग्राम के बारे में कुछ फीडबैक, कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट से।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The workshop on effective curriculum implementation was very effective. We are very thankful to NITTR Chandigarh. We have learned a lot about curriculum development process, aspects of effective curriculum implementation, effective classroom communication skills, and knowledge management. We have learned a lot. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Now what are the suggestions about this program? Any suggestion from your side?
No, sir.
Sir,
the overall program was very good. Sir, we will download the lectures from the website of NITTR Chandigarh. We will also go through with all these lectures. Students will also learn a lot from these lectures.
आप नीटर चंडीगढ़ की वेबसाइट पे इमीडिएटली आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। आपको दो चैनल्स हैं अपने, दो कौन कौन सी चैनल हैं?
यूट्यूब पे मिल जाएंगे।
आप बताओ कौन कौन सी चैनल्स हैं, अभी कहाँ पे मिलेंगे ये?
सर NITTR www.youtube.com/NITTR Chandigarh। सर एक है /NITTR Chandigarh, सेकंड वन इज NITTR Chandigarh 1।
ओके,
इस लिंक से डायरेक्टली खुल जाएंगे।
अभी वाला भी खुल जाएगा, इमीडिएटली वाला भी खुल जाएगा।
Yes.
खुल जाएगा ना? हाँ, तो
Yes,
उस
yes.
चैनल पे जाके आपको जो जैसे ही आप जो है लिंक देंगे, आपको इमीडिएटली ये सारे वीडियोस उसके ऊपर अवेलेबल हो जाएंगे। आप लोग फर्स्ट टाइम कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं? अर्लियर आल्सो यू हैव बीन कनेक्टेड विद अस?
Sir, we have already connected with NITTR Chandigarh in the last workshop.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
अच्छा, ठीक है, गुड।
What is
Yes, yes.
आप बताओ मैडम, आप जो कहोगे सबको बता रहे हैं।
मेवाड़ में आप हैं?
बस
कनेक्टिविटी की प्रॉब्लम।
मेवात इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज।
एंड मेवाड़ इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, आपकी कोई फीडबैक है सर इस प्रोग्राम के बारे में प्लीज? आपका माइक ऑन करिए पहले। आप सिस्टम के माइक को म्यूट पे आपका उसको ऑन करिए।
First of all, I would like to congratulate Professor Singla Saab for providing us an opportunity to interact with your good self. The program was really nice and a great opportunity to train our teachers. This is first time we have connected with NITTR and this is a wonderful experience. थैंक यू सर।
ये आपका इंस्टीट्यूट कहाँ पे? आप लोगों को जो है और हमारी जरूरत ज्यादा है। बार बार जब भी हमारे प्रोग्राम होते हैं यू प्लीज कनेक्ट यूर इंस्टीट्यूट। जब भी आप लोग लगता है फ्री हैं हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के प्रोग्राम जो है अटेंड करें।
ओके सर, श्योर सर, एंड इट वाज अ वेरी नाइस एक्सपीरियंस।
चलो, वेरी गुड।
Thank you.
It was really very nice of all the centers that we were able to interact with you on various aspects of curriculum development, effective curriculum implementation, and I am thankful to all the experts and my own colleagues also for taking up various sessions. And in the end, Dr. Saab, आप कुछ कहना चाहिए?
बस थैंक्स आप लोगों को, पहले तो आप लोगों की टीम को
And
बधाई।
I must thank the ETV department also and computer science department also who has given us the space for organizing program. ETV में आप लोगों का बड़ा काम होता है, 5 दिन every session you have to attend our session also. Thank you so much and thank you everyone.
Sure.